Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the monthly meeting of the Knoxville, Knox County Planning Commission. I'm Rich Levinson, Vice Chair of the Planning Commission, and I will be conducting today's meeting. Assisting me today is the Executive Director of the Knoxville, Knox County Planning, Amy Brooks, and the Planning Commission Attorney, Tasha Blakely. I would like to call this meeting to order. Mr. Deramon, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Hill.
Here.
Commissioner Browning.
Here.
Commissioner Perez.
Here.
Commissioner Anderson.
Here.
Commissioner Butler.
Here.
Commissioner Biggs. Here. Commissioner Daly. Commissioner Gill.
Here.
Commissioner Midas. Commissioner Shuck.
Here.
That's 10 present, sir. That makes a quorum.
All right. Participating in the meeting today with me are the planning commissioners who have been appointed by the mayor of the city of Knoxville or the mayor of Knox County. We receive no salary and volunteer our time as a service to our community. We will be supported by a professionally trained staff represented from the city and county engineering and permitting department, as well as other agencies. Now a word about how discussion will take place. I hope you all have had the opportunity to review the agenda on the planning website at www.knoxplanning.org. In addition to today's agenda, the website contains information on how today's meeting will be conducted, as well as correspondence on individual cases. I will call each item on the agenda and read our staff's recommendation for the item. Once an item is called, the applicant or those in support of the application will be allowed to speak first. They will have a combined 5 minutes to speak on the matter. The applicant may defer their right to speak first to the opposing if they choose. Likewise, anyone opposing the application will have a combined 5 minutes to speak on the matter. If either the applicant or the opposition wishes to have opportunity for rebuttal, they will need to reserve any remaining time from their original 5 minutes. Because of the number of items we have on the agenda today, groups in favor of or opposed to an item are asked to appoint a spokesperson to represent them. All speakers for or against should limit their remarks to facts of the case and should avoid repeating information that has already been presented by the Planning Commission by previous speakers. The Planning Commission may grant additional time for presentation of information. If you have any items that you would like to make part of the record, please submit those documents to knoxplanning.org/share or hand them to one of our staff members located to your left. Please identify the file number and meeting date in your submittal. Many of the items we'll be voting on today will require further actions by either the Knoxville City Council or Knox County Commission. For matters that are forwarded to the City Council for final action, the application or their representative should be representative at the meeting at which the request will be considered. For the matters forwarded to Knox County Commission for final action, the applicant or their representative must be at the meeting. Requesting will be consideration. If any applicant does not attend the meeting, the case will at the minimum be postponed and potentially denied. All applicants will be notified of the city-county meeting dates. If you have any questions regarding meeting dates or process, please contact one of our planning staff. Today's meeting will be conducted in order of the agenda. Please stand if you are able as Commissioner Hill leads us in the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, I pray that you will continue to bless this wonderful community. We thank you for the opportunity for our community to civilly gather and make decisions intending to make us a better community. As always, keep us mindful of the needs of others, especially those who are in sorrow, need, sickness, or any other adversity. And it is in your Son's name we pray. Amen. pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Okay, next on the agenda are the postponements and withdrawal list. I will read these lists separately. For automatic postponements, number 32, Homestead Land Holdings LLC. Number 37, Rhonda Vineyard. Number 44, Gibson Construction on Sane Lane. Now we go into automatic withdrawals. Number 17 is Eddie Alarcon, and number 26, Gulf Park, Inc., and there'll be no vote on that. Items to be voted on to be postponed. Number 12, Berry Funeral Homes. Are there any other requests for postponements for 30 days? The chair will entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, and seconded by Commissioner Hill. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, 60-day postponements. Iglesia del Sol El Shadia, formerly Mark Freeman, number 11, postponed. No 90 days. Oh, we need a motion and a second on this 60-day. We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Gill. All in favor? Okay. No 90 days and no withdrawals to be voted on. Are there any other requests to be withdrawn at this point in time? All right. Withdrawals from the table. Number 1, Heyo Design and Development. Tablings, there are none. Are there any other requests for tablings of an item? We need a motion on that? Okay, we need a motion on the withdrawal.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, second by Commissioner Gill. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right. Tablings, none. Are there any other requests for tablings? Items to be removed from the table, there are none. Okay, consent list. Next on the agenda is consent list, which is composed of items marked with a C. These items are considered non-controversial and are voted on all at once in order to save time. Items are listed in the order they appear in the agenda. Please listen carefully. Once an item is approved as part of the consent list, there will be no further discussion on it. After I read this list, I will pause and give members of the public an opportunity to remove any item from the list. Are there any recusals? Okay, Commissioner Schuck, and I will also recluse from it. Okay. Number 5, consent Ralph Smith, PLS. Number 2, approval of the July 9th, 2026 agenda. Number 3, approval of the June 11th, 2026 minutes. Number 6, Josh Hahn. Number 8, Sam Chamani. Number 10, Valeranio Development, Murray Drive. Number 13, Atra LLC. Number 14, Amber Park. Number 15, Nate Parsons. Number 16, Elijah Roberts. Number 18, Rick Friel. Number 19, Nikki Moore and Paula Wolford. Number 20, Church Canon Baptist Church of Christ, Inc., Reverend Harold Middlebrook. Number 21, Jonathan's Grill. Number 23, final plat of Trout Landing. Number 24, final plat of Chattatoga Subdivision Phase 2. Number 25, LeMay and Associates. Number 28, Landmark Engineers Surveyors LLC. Number 33 is Ned Ferguson. Number 38 is Gates at Franklin. Number 39 is the Cottages at Carn Grove. Number 43, the re-subdivision of Lot 1 of Middlebrook Pike Development. Number 45 is Cushy 2021 LLC. Number 46 is Sycamore Estates. Number 48 is Benchmark Associates. Number 49 is Bailey Lane. Number 50 is 6125 Riverview LLC. Number 52 is Marty Norton. Number 54 is Jaquetta Skates. And number 55 is Knoxville, Knox County Planning. Are there any requests for the removal from the consent list? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent list.
Move to
One question. from
Sorry,
staff.
was number 5 noted? It was?
Yes.
Yes.
It was.
I move to approve the consent list as read.
Motion made by Commissioner Anderson, seconded by Commissioner Gill. All in favor? Okay, accepted. First item on the agenda is number 7, Spencer Stanley, northwest side of Circle Lane, east side of Westfield Road, north of Kingston Pike. Approximate size of the tract is 123,034 square feet. Current zoning is office, hillside protection. Requested zoning is CG1, general commercial with hillside protection overlay. Existing land use is agricultural, forestry, and vacant land. Staff recommendation is to deny the CG1 general commercial district because it is inconsistent with the surrounding small-scale office developments. The hillside protection overlay would be retained. Is the applicant present?
Hello,
Could you state your name and address, please?
Jonah Pruitt, 1545 Western Avenue, Suite 100.
Okay, thank you. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, would you like to go on, please?
Yes, sir. The goal with this rezoning was to have it face out towards Kingston Pike and be in conversation with the other CG zones along Kingston Pike. The decision from planning makes sense in a wider scale about the office block, but the goal with the rezone was to face out towards Kingston Pike and have a development that was at that scale because it is so prominent in this office block area. It isn't an interior block, it has two corner, it's a double cornered lot. And so that was the goal with the project, was to add a little density to that specific corner for the whole area.
Okay. Commissioners?
So I understand the applicant's point, and I don't think that's a bad position to take, but I think the staff's recommendation is the correct route to take, and so I'd like to move to deny based upon staff's recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, second by Commissioner Gill. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Motion carries to deny. All right, the next one is item number 9. There'll be 2 reports, 3 motions. It'll be the sector plan, the 1-year plan, and rezoning. The applicant is Conley Development Ventures, LLC. Location is northeast side of Sevier Avenue, west side of James White Parkway, northeast terminus of Baker Avenue. Approximate size of the tract is 207,038 square feet. Current plan and zoning designation is MDR, which is medium-density residential, RN2, single-family residential. Requested plan designation is NC, neighborhood commercial. Existing land use is multifamily residential. Staff recommendation on the sector plan, number 1, is deny the NC neighborhood commercial land use classification because it would be an encroachment of a commercial land use classification in a residential area and does not meet the location criteria for the NC land use classification. All right, the second one is, this is now for rezoning. Current plan designation, the same one, Conley Development. Current plan is MDR. Requested plan is neighborhood commercial, existing land use, multifamily, residential. Staff recommendation is to deny the NC neighborhood commercial land use classification because it would be an encroachment of a commercial land use classification in a residential area and does not meet the location criteria for the NC land use classification. And on the rezoning, deny the CN zoning district because it does not meet all of the criteria of the rezoning. Is the applicant present?
My name is Jared Huter with Ally Architecture representing Conley Development, and my address is 105 North Market Street, Chattanooga.
Okay, thank you. Is there any opposition? All right, sir.
Yeah, and just as a point of interest for this project, we understand the recommendation by staff to deny based upon the concern that it may be used for a commercial use. The plan is for it to be used for townhomes. And we have done a very similar project just north of this site that used the same zoning and classification change to accomplish the construction of small, owner-occupied townhomes in this neighborhood. We've talked to many in the community, and they have been very impressed with the work and what that neighborhood has added to their community. And so this would not be a commercial use, it would be a residential use. The zone and classification change just allows for us that flexibility to provide townhomes that are not adjacent directly on the street. And it gives us a little bit higher density than we could get with an RN5 within the MDR classification.
Okay. Commissioners? Commissioner Gill.
Yes, thank you. So if we're to understand correctly, you're asking for the commercial, neighborhood commercial because you intend to have a greater density than what's available to you in RN5?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So I think I normally do this, so I feel compelled to start with this, is that when we're in the city limits, it's important that when we're looking at rezonings that we consider not just the intended use, which is housing in this point, which I think everybody up on this dais is in support of housing, but what the actual use case could be going forward. We have pretty clear guidelines in the code that establish when we're supposed to allow for commercial zoning, and it does have some constraints that were put upon it that was noted in the case file that this particular site doesn't meet. And so while I'm super supportive of the idea of putting housing here, I think that that's already available to you under the MDR classification, and I think that A RN5 would not be inappropriate given that it's bordering an RN5. It's already an MDR land use classification. You would be able to develop this for housing and do all that type of housing by right already on this piece of property. At least I appreciate that your position is that you're going to develop housing on it, but financing falls through, things change, at any point that piece of property could be sold, and then something that is not intended by this body to be put there would now be allowed by right. So as much as I am in support of your plan in terms of what you intend to put there, I don't think that based on the conditions present that we can justify placing an NC or a CN on that zone. And I think staff got it right in this instance. And seeing on other lights, I'd like to make a motion to deny based on staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
Midas.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Midas, please. All right. Okay, we'll be voting on 3 actions on this one. First one is to staff recommendation on the sector plan.
I make a motion to deny the neighborhood commercial land use classification because it'd be a encroachment of commercial land use classification in a residential area and does not meet the location criterion for NC land use classification.
Okay, second was Ms. Midas, or Commissioner Midas. All in favor, say aye. Okay, the second is the one-year plan.
I make a motion to deny the neighborhood commercial land use classification because it would be an encroachment of commercial land use classification. Residential area does not meet the location criterion as detailed in the plan.
Motion by Commissioner Gill, seconded by Commissioner Midas. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? The rezoning, number 3.
I make a motion to deny the CN neighborhood commercial zoning district because it does not meet all the criteria for a rezoning.
All right. We have a motion to deny the rezoning by Commissioner Gill, seconded by Commissioner Midas. All in favor? Aye. It's been denied. Thank you. The next one.
My notes are 22.
Now we're going to 22. Right. Yep, gotcha. Okay, item number 22, Ryan Robertson, south side of Sevier Avenue, west side of Dawson Street. Zoning, southwest waterfront, Henley Gateway, southwest-5, south waterfront, Bell Tower Walk. Existing land use is public, quasi-public land. Proposed use is multifamily. There will be one motion on this, and it would be per Article 7.0.2.g, the Planning Commission should consider this request based on approval criteria of the subsection 8.a period and the attached zoning administrator's report. Is the applicant present?
Good afternoon. Ryan Robertson, 60 14th Street South, Birmingham, Alabama, 35233.
Thank you. Is there any opposition? Is that Suzanne? Okay. Would you like to yield or have?
We would defer to get
Defer. Okay. Ms. Travella, please.
Hi,
Sorry.
thanks. I'm Suzanne Taravella, 2908 Sevier Avenue, 37920. Last time we spoke about this project, we were graciously given 10 minutes. Is that possible today?
Let's start with 5 and see how we go.
Okay, sounds good. First, I want to be clear that neither we nor our city council representative have been contacted by CR Endeavors regarding these or previous revisions. There has been no working with the community, as was suggested when the postponement was requested last time. The revised plan includes a tunnel that routes the public from the Ridgetop Trail to the south side of the site. This is not a pedestrian-friendly path, woven into the connective tissue of the community, so it completely misses the intent of the form-based code and the vision plan, and therefore does not serve as alternative compliance. Tunnels are a particularly poor choice in urban design. They are dark, hidden, and by default isolating. These are the exact qualities that foster separation and safety concerns in the public realm. While this feature is labeled as a breezeway, it is distinctly not a breezeway. It is a subterranean tunnel that intentionally segregates the public from the residents of this development. It is shown 8 feet below the large private amenities deck, which is designed for exclusive use by the residents. And it terminates into a small viewing platform that is too small for any meaningful use. Again, the language here matters. This platform is labeled as a colonnade. However, there's no indication of columns or roof structure in this area. By contrast, a useful surface-level colonnade and breezeway that connects 2 buildings and provides structural and visual rhythm and allows light, air, and unsegregated pedestrian movement across the site would be a very welcome feature. The current arrangement, separated by 8 vertical feet between public trail and private deck, creates a physical and social enclave, which is a condition specifically forbidden by the code. In her book, The Death and Life of Great American Cities, which has served as a seminal planning textbook for generations, Jane Jacobs describes the vital role that sidewalks play in the success of a city, focusing on both safety and connection. Her iconic phrase, "eyes on the street," refers to an active, engaged citizenry participating in life in the public realm. This is an essential quality of a safe urban environment. The missing design requirements itemized in the ARC report are complementary and essential tools in fostering neighborly behavior. This is why they are required by the code and worthy of the effort to design and build them, even on tough sites like this one. They are the essential instruments of the vision plan, and their omission has consequences. Effective, creative, alternative solutions must be included in a viable Level 3 design. Seeing your neighbors walk their dog, sit on their favorite bench, noticing when they're there or when they need help, the seeing and the noticing creates a powerful community connection. Their existence in our lives and ours and theirs builds neighborhood cohesion. When this cohesion is strong, we tend to look out for each other. We as a neighborhood believe that common public access around and through this large site and providing transparent, engaging program at the ground floor are benefits to both the community and the future residents of this site. It has become clearer over time that this developer does not agree with this perspective and instead wants to benefit from the urban context, the proximity to nearby amenities, and legendary views while not participating in the community or having its best interest at heart. It is a private site. However, this private site is part of a community and subject to publicly crafted, adopted, and enforced code requirements that are made with the best interest of the public in mind. Ignoring the intent of the vision plan will compromise the potential of this neighborhood, both on this site and other nearby sites for which this project serves as precedent. Given that this development is subject to the Level 3 alternative compliance process, and therefore to your personal and professional judgment, we urge you to carefully consider that the omission of these requirements is not alternative compliance, but a formal request for permission to intentionally disregard the intent of the vision plan. We ask that you insist on true alternative compliance, which is what the adopted code requires. Thank you. We also have some comments from Stephen, who's the pastor at the church at the neighboring site.
Good afternoon. I know that it's...
Excuse me, could we add 2 minutes on that so that he has enough time?
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes.
My name is Stephen Ellis. I'm Executive Director at City Church, which is the adjacent property at 522 Sevier Ave. I just wanted to give our perspective and fully support what SWAG have made comments, both publicly in their comments, but also just now in what they talk about. The design still fails to meet the intent of the vision plan and code, but more importantly for us, I think we are going to be considerably affected by this development, and both positively and negatively. One of the things that we see with this, particularly on the Dawson Road side, is the developments will have still a blank wall. It will be not very attractive. There's no roadfront activation in that space. And so for us, our neighbours, the school that operates out of our facilities, I think are going to be affected. I also want to note that the parking garage of this road will directly cut through to the alleyway behind our church and therefore affect the safety of the children that operate there both weekday and at the weekends. I note earlier that the developer had said that they weren't able to shift or move anything because of the bedrock, but now with the tunnel in place, obviously they're willing to move bedrock. So we ask that the consideration be given to shifting that parking garage access straight onto Dawson Road. Equally, as far as I'm aware, no independent traffic study has been undertaken for the development of the site. And we said this right from the beginning, and I think that needs to be noted. I also just want to say that, we do support development in this area. We do want a great development, and at this stage, I don't think it's a great development. Still more work needs to be done, and I respectfully ask that 2 binding conditions be applied to this. One is an independent traffic study with mitigation and the resolution to deal with the Dawson Road access and the blank wall, maybe even considering closing off the alleyway on the western side behind the church just for safety reasons. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, will the applicant come forward? We'll add 2 minutes to your time.
Thank you.
If we could.
Yes, sir.
There we go. Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, guys. Great to be back with you all today. We first identified this opportunity at the Capella Shriner site in August of 2025, nearly 1 full year ago. Since that time, we have been committed to creating a memorable project that reflects the input of the surrounding neighborhoods, the advocacy groups, city leadership, staff, and the Planning Commission. Throughout this process, we have listened carefully to the feedback we received and worked collaboratively with the City of Knoxville to refine our vision. We believe the plan before you today thoughtfully incorporates that feedback while delivering a project that creates a long-term value for residents and patrons of South Knoxville. Our goal has never been simply to develop this property, but to create a place that complements the South Waterfront, serves an unmet community need, and becomes an asset that the community can be proud of for decades to come. In our most recent submission, you will find a solution that embraces the urban environment and vision for South Knoxville while providing meaningful pedestrian connectivity through our site and around our site. Although the significant topographical challenges of the property remain, we have worked hand in hand with city leadership and their staff to develop what we believe is an elegant solution that allows the public to traverse the site while enjoying an unobstructed view of the river. The breezeway and public viewing colonnade respond directly to the primary concern raised during our initial submission regarding pedestrian access and connectivity. We are genuinely excited about the collaborative process it has produced. Together with the city and support staff, we believe we created a public amenity that not only addresses community feedback, but it also enhances the South Waterfront experience by expanding opportunities for residents and visitors to enjoy this unique location. One note, due to the site constraints and this pedestrian access through the middle, one note that has been brought up is the size of our site being 5.6 acres. And I just want to make a note that the buildable area, as our footprint shows, is 3.1. And with the pedestrian access, both sides would now be 1.5, just over 1.5 acre on either side, just for note. Additionally, we included the glazing analysis in our submission as a point of reference in response to the questions raised at our last meeting. As you will see, the building's glazing and transparency percentages are within approximately 5 to 6 percentage points of the code requirement, both with and without the parking garage included in the calculation. I would also ask the commission to keep in mind that the parking garage is not simply a design preference. It is a direct response to the site's significant topographical constraints and our commitment to minimizing surface parking within the South Waterfront, which is a priority. By incorporating structured parking, we have been able to preserve more open space on our site and create a more pedestrian-oriented plan. Working alongside city staff, we have also designed the side of the development to include an inviting public-facing environment, public art, that complements the surrounding streetscape and provides a seamless transition to South Knoxville trail system. We believe these elements demonstrate that even where topography required creative solutions, the project remains consistent with the urban design goals and intent of the South Waterfront. I think it's worth noting that even before receiving any approvals for this project, we have fielded more than 30 inquiry calls from residents in surrounding 55-plus community asking when the community could open and how they can join the waiting list. That level of interest speaks to a clear unmet demand in Knoxville for this type of housing and reinforces that what we believe to be true. This is a housing option that residents have been looking for, yet one that does not currently exist in the South Waterfront or broader Knoxville market. Throughout this process, we have listened carefully to the community, spent countless hours thoughtfully responding to feedback, and refined our plans accordingly. We have made meaningful adjustments while remaining committed to the vision of this development. The result is an elegant, thoughtfully designed project that addresses a demonstrated community need while fitting squarely within the intent and vision of the South Waterfront. In closing, I want to reiterate again that over the past year, we have worked tirelessly along the community. We have listened, we have heard multiple neighborhood organizations, over 7 hours of meetings with the community, and most recently city staff and leadership to thoughtfully plan a project for what is undeniably one of the more challenging sites in Knoxville. Our goal from the beginning has been to create something truly special, something that not only reflects the unique character of this area, but also contributes positively to its future. Our company was founded on relationships, and we have approached this project with that same philosophy. We have listened, collaborated, and made meaningful changes throughout this process because we believe the best projects are shaped by the communities they serve. We hope to be a part of South Knoxville for many years to come, creating lasting value for our residents, supporting local businesses, restaurants, retailers, and contributing to the continued vitality and success of this remarkable community. Thanks for your time. Thanks for letting us be here. Look forward to your consideration.
Thank you. Commissioners? Commissioner Butler?
Thank you. In considering this proposal, I think I've gone back to the main question that as a level 3 compliance for the project, does it embody the intent of the vision plan? And that intent is a lively, mixed-use friendly, pedestrian-friendly, community-engaged, human-scaled project. And there are several reasons where I believe it does not meet those goals. One, I know you met with the community prior to submission for our May meeting, but I'm concerned that you did not meet with the community since that meeting, since the comments that were received and the postponement last month. So I think that might have given you some opportunities to adjust the design had you incorporated their feedback a little more cohesively.
Can I respond to that, Commissioner? So I just wanted to clarify that since that meeting, when we did meet with the community and the SWAG group, they highly encouraged us to work with city staff and leadership to come up with solutions to figure this out. And that's exactly what we've done. We've followed that process, and we've worked hand in hand with the city to create this most recent submission. And also, to clarify, it was said that we had not reached out to our city council representative. That is false. We have actually had calls with her discussing this and our recent submission, and I individually called every single commissioner that are present today and those that aren't to check and see if there were any questions or anything I could clarify before the last meeting as well to try to collaborate.
Okay, in the future, we're in conversation with commissioners right now, and I will call on you to answer.
Yes, sir. My
Thank
apologies.
I want to address the architecture. I realize we're not a design review board, but an impressively large number of comments, public comments of the 98, last time I looked, were regarding the architecture of the project. It sits on one of the most prominent sites in our community. It overlooks our downtown, and it will be it will represent the South Waterfront community from our downtown for decades to come. And I think such a site requires responsible stewardship to the community and how it looks for, its extremely prominent position. I mentioned last time in the meeting, and I pointed out that the code does encourage balconies, porches, bay windows, and other projections. The concern I have is that the facades are very flat and unarticulated. And I think those elements are encouraged because that's what gives the architecture definition, and that is missing. And I think the public has addressed that through lack of, pointing out lack of interest, scale, and the flat facades, and the overly simple use and articulation of the materials. And I'm also concerned about the pedestrian engagement and the lack thereof. I think that's a very key element. The project separates itself from the public through the levels and the tunnel that was provided to cut through the site in the northwest. I think it is an unfriendly way to do that, and I think the intent of the code is for a lively public-private engagement. For those reasons, I don't think it's a good precedent for us to set as a level 3 compliance because it misses the mark on the intent of the Southwest waterfront zoning. I'm opposed to the passage of this proposal as it is.
Thank you. Commissioner Browning.
Thank you, Chairman Levison. I'd like to applaud both sides, really. The South Knoxville Community Organization, I'm not sure exactly what it's called, but you guys have done an amazing job. I mean, my gosh, you haven't got 100% what you've wanted, but you've got a lot of it. You've got a whole lot of it. And there's not many developers that would do this. You know, I also want to applaud the developer himself. I mean, I feel like he's in a Rocky movie or something. I mean, he just keeps getting knocked down and getting back up and giving and giving and giving. And I mean, for him to come back with this proposal of what it is, you know, on that site, I mean, he is doing the very best that can possibly be done, I think, to make it a really quality development. And I'll tell you with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve the developer's plan regarding the level 3 compliance.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve by Commissioner Browning. Is there a second?
Further discussion?
Do we have a second?
Yeah, Anderson.
Commissioner Anderson has seconded the motion. Now we'll have some more discussion. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Chair. And I have some similar sentiments with Commissioner Butler. However, I have a very different outcome in the sense that many of the things she talked about are accurate. But the one thing that was never discussed is what I think is one of the biggest reasons that we're here looking at this level 3 review, and that's topography. And the fact that we are on that outer edge of this South Waterfront designation. So I think that lends itself to a little bit extra consideration. I'm not saying throw the South Waterfront plan out the window, but I think you have to seriously consider the topography, and I want to elaborate on that a little bit. I think a similar condition is Vine Avenue. Vine Avenue's downtown, and they have a lot of the requirements. The zoning in downtown have some similar requirements as Vine Avenue. Walk up that hill of Vine Avenue and see how much retail you have, how much mixed use we have. It's really an oasis for residential is what it is, because of the topography, that's what it's best suited for. And then I think about, to some degree, the eastern portion of State Street. Think about the eastern portion of State Street and how it slopes down, and you know how much retail. I know in that last meeting we aspired for retail to activate. it's so difficult for that to happen. I see major cities, Chicago, many other cities, where when you get in that outer band of the central of downtown, those requirements don't apply. And I just think you're wishing for failure. We can even go not even beyond that, and we can talk about things, the State Supreme Court site, where it is just outside kind of that central business area, if you will. And they just have no hope for retail. It just won't work there. Riga Square has struggled with it, and they're on that outer band of the central business district. So I can't emphasize enough how much topography affects the use and what should be an extra consideration for this particular project. I mean, it's rocky, it's sloped. I just think it's very difficult, and I support approving this level 3 plan.
Okay. Commissioner Shuck?
Thank you. Forgive me. I agree with the comments about the merit of the project. I mean, this is a great looking project. I just don't think this is the right place for it, mainly for the reasons that Commissioner Butler articulated. I'm not comfortable that alternative compliance approval means waiving some of the very substantive requirements of the form-based code. And so I'm concerned that that it just does not merit alternative compliance, mainly for the reasons that the SWAG group has set forth. And I also just have a procedural question. I think at a prior meeting, we had discussed whether it would be appropriate to approve this in total or whether it would be appropriate to approve each request for alternative compliance. And I think we decided on the latter, but whatever the decision is, I wanted to remind the commission that we don't necessarily have to look at it as all or nothing, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Midas?
Thank you. So I guess I want to comment a couple things about Commissioner Hill's comments. I agree, we do have a very hilly topography downtown. When it comes to Vine and State Street, we actually voted to rezone those to a different DK zoning so that we couldn't have commercial development on those streets. And so therefore, that won't be a possibility. People won't be walking down those streets so that they can go to those commercial developments, because we did it. We undid what the city had intended and downtown had intended for those streets. I don't want that to happen in South Knoxville. I think the community put together a great plan based on design guidelines, and this applicant has 7 deviations from that. 7, not 1 or 2, 7. So I don't see that you are adhering to the vision of this South Waterfront plan. I appreciate what SWAG has said. I will not be supporting this. I look at, we often have discussions, and I read discussions about this city-county building that we're in. It's a very long building, and it has obstructed traffic, pedestrian traffic, to the waterfront because of this design. I don't want that to happen again in South Knoxville. So I'll be voting against this.
Okay, Commissioner Biggs?
Yeah, I think I share some of the concerns that have been raised already. I don't disagree. I think it's a good development. I think there's a need for this type of product in the community. However, I at the risk of imitating Commissioner Gill, I think we're charged to not think about what the end product is and to think about the land use and the adherence to the code. I think about there's an example of another 55-plus development that was done at the old Knoxville High School just north of downtown a few years ago. It has been converted since then to a community for all ages. And so I think planning and designing around a specific use that may very well change in a few years is not prudent and to me doesn't feel appropriate. I think we need to assume that this could be an apartment or building for anyone in the future. And I also share the view that the topography is very challenging here. I think That being the case, there are still opportunities to create more engagement with the street, and I feel that those have not been fully explored. And then I guess just last comment related to the retail perspective here. I certainly agree. Currently, the surrounding area and this immediate location probably would not support dense retail here. However, I think it is incumbent upon us to enable that future evolution. I think if we look at historic maps of downtown Knoxville, different locations, there's retail all over the place that doesn't exist today, and so we know that cities change and cities evolve, and so limiting the potential for the evolution of this site to the future that has been expressed and desired by the community, I feel is maybe a little bit myopic and not looking forward to the potential of the site. So I think for that reason, I'm inclined to not support the plan as presented.
Okay, Commissioner Gill.
Yes, thank you. So I share, I feel like I'm in the middle on some of these things, and I share the sort of the perspective that Commissioner Hill is in. This is a challenging site. It's not the fault of the developer for that. It feels like this has been set up to fail from the beginning. It was a site that was pre-existing. This waterfront district was placed on top of it after it existed for a long time. The topography, the site's constraints, the fact that it's split down the middle makes for a very challenging site to develop. The land is under private ownership. There's lots of comments about how this should be better used for a park or something else. It's all moot. Nobody's buying it for a public park. This is a question of what the development is in front of us. And I understand why people think that this shouldn't be an apartment building and it's a better place for a crown jewel of whatever. That's not what's at play here. This is not SimCity. We're not just designing things in that regard. However, I do feel that I share a lot of the misgivings that are in front of me regarding this north-south connector. I know that we talked at length of that, and I was somebody who pushed pretty heavily for a north-south connector. I feel like the intent of this district was to provide a walkable pattern. The district's principle is public passage to the river, and without private frontage across of it. The idea is that we're supposed to have that public access, and that would have been designed by perpendicular buildings that would have been existent in the SW5, particularly on that half of the site, should have that been a requirement. I think every one of these 7 articles that we're looking at, save for perhaps maybe the glazing and some of those things, are related directly to the idea that the block and the mass and the facing is preventing the public access through this site. So I do commend the developer for putting a north-south access in there. I was hoping to see a greater emphasis on public and private mixing. I think one of the key pieces of this is that the intent of these dimensional standards is to ensure walkable neighborhoods, that adding public rights-of-way remain open, connectivity is fostered, and it's never dependent on private control. And a tunnel is really pushing the limit of what we can consider on that. And so rather than coming outright and not supporting this, though, I do have a couple of follow-up questions for the developer that I was curious if you would be willing, and should these answer in a way perhaps become elements of conversation. Maybe this is a question for staff. I understand that we have the opportunity to approve, deny. Do we also have the opportunity to condition an approval based on conditions that we place? Is that within our purview? Okay, so not saying that I'm not the motion sponsor, so obviously I can't ask for these to be placed on, but perhaps if we could discuss a couple of them, maybe Commissioner Browning would consider accepting some of these if that's a piece of conversation. A couple of them is that this north-south connection, is this formally part of your site plan? It was presented to us as a discussion item, but it's not necessarily reflected in the full site plan. Is this intended to be fully part of it?
This is fully on our site plan.
Perfect.
And can I clarify just a couple things? Or do you want to keep going and then I can clarify?
Sure,
Go ahead. I'll go ahead. I'll wait for your questions.
All right, so the other thing that I'm concerned on the north-south connector, should we move forward with approval, with the knowledge that there is a motion on the floor here at this point for approval, is that public access hasn't been discussed at all in this conversation, and I think that's a really important piece. A part of this is to ensure public access. If this is SW5, it would have been a public road with no private controls on it at all. Anybody could walk through it whenever they wanted. If you had a perpendicular building, the form-based code would have required some sort of access through that. That was the idea, the gridding of the intent of the code. Do you have plans for recording an actual public access easement across the entirety of that public space?
Yeah, so two things. Yes, that is the orange hatched area is a public easement. The pink, as it shows, is a public fee simple that we'd like to dedicate to the city to work hand in hand with them to provide the east-west access however they see fit to tie in the stairs as they are shown today. And, one thing that I think keeps getting brought up is the access in the middle. Currently there is a utility easement. There was never a road. It shows as if there was a road, but there was never a road. It's a utility easement that goes through the SW5 and SW6. And so as you look at the South Waterfront Code, there is no hatched area on our property as it sits today that shows that we are included in the Bell Tower Walk to have to show this access through the middle of our site. The Bell Tower Walk is one step closer to the river. And so what we have solved for, and we are excited about what we've been able to solve for on this site, as you look at the South Waterfront Code and our blue area is buildable, there is no road, there is no right-of-way that is necessary, and the Bell Tower Walk that the other apartments that have the public-private partnership on that goes through the middle of their site, they are actually classified in a different area. And so I just want to make sure that we're all talking about the same code, and we understand, and we've tried to solve for those things, but the Bell Tower Walk is one block closer to the river than we are.
I appreciate that. I think
Okay.
that this is always going to be a level 3 review based on the topography, and
for
you're
sure.
always going to face these same commissioners, and we've
Absolutely.
been pretty lockstep in saying that the intent, as we understand it, was a pedestrian access through that. I think that, notwithstanding your comments,
Yeah.
and I appreciate that,
Yeah.
there was always going to be a public access that was going to be required as part of the intent.
And
so
I'm
given-
excited that we've been able to do that.
And again, I appreciate you putting that in. My concerns are related. So if we were to condition that in order to get an approval, you would be required to enter in an agreement with the city of Knoxville for a public access easement across the entirety of that. That would be something that you would agree to?
Correct.
Okay. And in that similar vein, I think one of the things that's important to recognize on that is that private control over that area. I understand that you're trying to solve for security that is in the middle of your property. There should be, the big concern that I have is somebody coming back trying to use that to get home after a night. I would like to see some sort of insurance based on a condition that there wouldn't be any gating and that you would agree to hours on that, including ideally open access all the time, but if not, some sort of public hours, at least 6 a.m. to 11 p.m., that the public would have access to transmit through there without any gating of that access.
Yeah, I think we remain, as we have to create this, working alongside the city to solve for that access, those hours. I do think it would be prudent to work together on an hourly basis to figure out how to best, with our residents that are living there, to make sure that there's some type of control, just from a security and just time of night. But we, as the easement goes and as we, work together with the city, we're certainly open to hours of operation.
Okay, so given that conversation, this is the time where that has to be conditioned. So I appreciate punting that forward, but is at minimum, I would like to see in a condition some sort of hours to be agreed upon if this were to be put on a condition, not we will decide in the future when it's appropriate and decide to close on game day or something insane like that. So I just want to make sure that we have an agreement from you all.
Are there specific hours that
I
your
would-
public parks use right now?
I think 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. was what I put on paper is at least a starting point for conversation.
And you're saying that as the developer, we need to agree to specific hours today?
I'm asking if you agree with that or if you have any specifics to push back on. I think ultimately, if you disagree with that and we try to condition it, it's not going to go your way. So I just want to make sure that I'm not being unreasonable with a conceptual plan.
Well, I think I go back to Commissioner Gill, one of the biggest concern at our last meeting when we were able to meet with you guys was the north-south connection. And we have solved for that. And it is a great opportunity for the pedestrians to come to our site and view the river. And I think what has been the narrative around a tunnel is misleading, because the challenge of creating public access means it needs to be accessible. And for it to be accessible, this is the only way to make that work on this site topographically. You can't go up and over, because as it sits today, it would not be accessible to the public. And so I hope that the commission will understand that what we have solved for, while there have been groups that have deemed it a tunnel, it is going to be complicit with our architecture and how it looks and how it flows. And the reason that it is the way it is because of the topography and able to solve for that accessible access for the public.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think what I'm trying to do is meet you halfway on here. If it were up to me, you would have the middle part of your building out, and it would be a public colonnade all the way through, which is what we discussed before. But you articulated reasons why you didn't want to do that based on your security of your residents and other things, and this is the plan you presented. In keeping with that collaboration, I'm trying to meet you halfway and say, okay, this meets the north-south connector. However, I do have some concerns that I just wanted to work through with you in case other members of commission want to jump in on that kind of thing. So one of the other things is, I know I'm harping on this, but a private access that you don't want on your property, that you've done everything that you can to limit the public's mixing with residential. Not accusing you of doing that, but I'm simply saying that in a theoretical world, making sure that we have a public access easement on there, that we're not gating it, and also I was considering whether or not a condition on wayfinding and lighting would be important. That means public signage noting that this is an open and available route, and that it's not just, hey, if you know, because you know that that's public, you can go, but if you're somebody from out of town and you're walking by, you're like, no, that's a private building, I'm not allowed up there. I would want to see that if this is the solution, it needs to be inviting to people, and if we can't do that with the architecture because I know you object to this, but because it's a tunnel, then we need to try to make that an inviting space by having wayfinding and signage. Is that something that would be a condition that you would be willing to agree to?
We couldn't agree more.
Okay. You know, I'm skipping a couple of things. One of the other things that we've heard a lot that I don't think is an unreasonable ask at this point is that there's a zillion comments asking for a traffic study to be done. We've had somebody here who's shown up and have a traffic study needed to be done. I know it's not required based on the code, but I feel like that's a condition that's pretty easy to meet, is having an engineering firm do a traffic study to make sure that the impact on these surrounding areas is not an unreasonable ask. Would that be something that you would be willing to do as conditional?
We're certainly open to a traffic study, and I don't have the specific numbers that I had last meeting, but to clarify, our traffic pattern is at non-peak times, and it's 1/3 of student housing, which is what we're surrounded around right now.
I'm not a traffic engineer. I appreciate that. No. I think what would make the community and myself feel a little bit more comfortable as a traffic engineer taking a look at that to make sure that there aren't any impacts that need to be mitigated for.
I don't know is there a certain traffic pattern you're trying to solve for or prevent? As we solve for the traffic study, I'm trying to make sure that we understand what we would like to see or not see.
Well, I think that was brought up a lot in the comments today was the impact of your parking garage being on Dawson, the number of residents that it's going to impact, the number of people you're having there that's going to stress. Those are tiny and small roads in a pretty dense area, and we just want to make sure, I think the community wants to make sure that those are accounted for if additional traffic calming measures are necessary or road improvements in particular high traffic areas are going to be required in order to make the project viable. And that typically happens in other projects, and I know it's not required here, which is why it hasn't been done, but I don't think that's an unreasonable ask by the community to ask for that.
Okay. Traffic study is great. I think what it will show is minimal traffic impact. And the reason, again, that we're doing the parking deck is not for aesthetics or that we would love to do a parking deck. It's because as it sits today, there's 165 plus surface parking spots there right now. And the South Waterfront vision is to not have any or minimal surface parking. And so that's why we're having to do the structured parking. And also the public art, trying to incorporate that into the Sono Trail system and continue that continuation of the better streetscape going down Sevier to Dawson to Mimosa.
I appreciate that, but if I trust a traffic engineer to make that case, and if that's the case, then nothing's changed. If that would be something you would be willing to do, I would.
All I was clarifying was, are there thresholds that we're trying to meet or not meet? And it doesn't sound like that's the case. It sounds like we just want to see a traffic study, which is great. Yeah.
Okay. And I think my last, and I know I'm taking up a lot of time, I apologize, but I think the last thing I just wanted to discuss, I appreciate SWAG's comments and several of my commissioners' comments, as well as Commissioner Hill's, around the issue of commercial. I think that I was in opposition to that Vine rezoning specifically because we did not allow for the application of commercial. I do think ground level commercial should be here. I think that it's a bit of my big hang up on here is that it is not there. That's said, it is not a explicit requirement of the code, and even in the intent, it does say that it encourages, it does not say require ground level retail. And I think that makes it a hard case for me to be like, no, we can't approve this, it's a tunnel, it doesn't have commercial, therefore it doesn't meet the intent. I don't think the intent says explicitly encourages ground level retail. It does not say required to have it. And as sad as I am that you chose not to include that on there, I would argue that that's not necessarily a requirement to the intent. However, I would love to perhaps, and this one, I don't know if it's feasible or not, but I would love to condition and ask for some sort of ground retail, perhaps around that public colonnade, or make it possible for potential ground level retail to go in on that public colonnade in the future, even if you don't build it out. That just means utility hookups or potential to build that out in the future if there's space. I mean, I'm not thinking that much square footage, even just hot dog popcorn stands or whatever, or something to bring that in to try to engage that space and have it be a designation would be something I would like to see. I know that you guys have some space to play with there, and I wanted to hear your thoughts on whether or not that can be engaged in the future.
Again, I think it's twofold. We're happy to work with the city in that public partnership to try to solve for that. I think if you stand at the bottom of those stairs, you can understand pretty quickly how challenging it is to try to provide a street level commercial aspect. And two, I think what we've tried to do is be mindful of the current retail and restaurant situation that's on Sevier and Mimosa behind us and going down the Sevier Avenue and not hurting them, but contributing, 150 plus seniors to be able to add value to those retail restaurants and not get stuck at our hot dog or coffee stand, which might be great and we may be able to solve for, but we want to add value to the surrounding folks that are there. We've spoken with several business owners, Sono Sourdough, obviously Kearns, and they have gaps. I mean, they have openings, they have, space to fill. And the last thing we want to do is take away from their retail because we've, engineered something into the side of this mountain to take away from that. And so what we've tried to do is increase and enhance the walkability around our site to lead folks down Sevier and around Dawson to be able to access those and add value, but also, create a place where if they do get coffee at Kearns, they can walk through the breezeway and enjoy a great view of the river.
Okay. I appreciate your comments. Thank you. Commissioner Browning, I would respectfully ask, in case for your consideration, to add a couple of conditions to your motion if you should choose, including recording a public easement, public hours, wayfinding and lighting, and a traffic study. I have motions that I've drafted if you want me to read those out.
What's your opinion on that, Mr. Robertson?
I don't think that we are not agreeable to any of those things. We're happy to work with the city and through that easement and create a way to identify our breezeway, work together on public hours, and garner a traffic study. So yes, we're in agreement.
Chair, may I just add a comment?
Yes, please.
Okay, to Commissioner Gill. Could we, with that traffic study thing, because on one hand, we talk about, man, we'd like to have retail. Well, retail is a traffic driver. While I realize I don't think you're gonna have much traffic up there for retail, but you're desiring that. And on the other hand, you're concerned about the traffic study. Could we put it in a way that when they go through the review of engineering, if engineering has a concern with traffic, that although it's not required at this point, we've made it a requirement. If they have no concern, I think we're just tacking on stuff.
So what I was going to suggest is a condition of a traffic impact study shall be submitted and its recommendation incorporated prior to the issuance of a building permit. And if no recommendations are required, then there's nothing needed to be done. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Do you want me to read these, or are you interested in having any of them, Commissioner Browning?
Go ahead and read them.
Okay. You don't have to, obviously. I would I would make a condition. Condition 1 is prior to issuance of any building permit, the owner shall record with the Knox County Register of Deeds a permanent public pedestrian access easement over the entire north-south connection of the public plaza in a form approved by the City of Knoxville Law Department or Engineering. The easement shall run up with the land and shall not be modified or extinguished.
Yeah, I can live with that.
All right, condition number 2, public hours with no gating. The connection and plaza shall be open to the general public daily from at least 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. No gate, lock, or access control shall restrict public passage during those hours. Closures other than temporary maintenance or emergency closures require print and river.
Chair, may I speak to that
Yes,
as well?
please.
You know, we have some other parks in the vicinity. One that comes freshly to me is the stadium, the multi-use stadium. They're dawn to dusk. 11 o'clock at night.
My concern is that if you go out for dinner or a show downtown and you're going back to your house in that south waterfront, you're coming back across the bridge and you're walking through in the evening, that's precisely when you're going to want to take a detour through a lighted tunnel with pedestrian access to get back to your neighborhood versus having to walk on a dark road by yourself. I would argue that having them do it at 2 a.m., I can understand the security constraint, but that's why I picked 6 to 11. If that's not agreeable, if we want to modify that, now would be the time. I'm just reading out as I mentioned.
I'm just raising a concern. That just seems a bit much.
While I love to be, we love to be creative and try to solve for things, I think it's hard for us to, because of our demographic and clientele, while we're open to the public within reasonable hours, dusk to dawn, an hour or two after dusk, I think that is really the intent of this. We're not trying to keep anybody from enjoying it, but I think 11 p.m. Is tough. And so if we can have just a continued conversation on those hours, that would be appreciated.
I agree with that too. I mean, number 1's good, but can we go without the open?
So we can change it. The connection and plaza shall be open to the general public from dawn till dusk.
That's reasonable.
That works.
That's reasonable.
Okay. No gate or lock or access control restrict public passage during those hours.
Yes.
And then condition number 3 is permanent wayfinding signage identifying the route as open to the public shall be installed at the entrance, at the observation deck, and the Sevier Avenue terminus. The full route, including the tunnel interior, ghost stairs, and plaza, shall be illuminated to the city standards.
I think that's good, yeah.
And then, I already read this one, but for purposes of it, condition 4, a traffic impact study shall be submitted and its recommendations incorporated prior to the issuance of any building permit.
Agreeable.
Okay. Commissioner Anderson, will you?
Yeah, I'll second that revised motion.
Okay.
Can I say a few things before you vote, please?
Oh, absolutely. You'll have an opportunity. Yes, ma'am.
So I just wanted to, I said I wasn't going to speak on this, but I'm going to. And I want to say that this has been an incredibly difficult one for me to process through because, for one, I think that my fellow commissioners all make good points. And 2, I think this site, as Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Gill alluded to, this site was almost, I don't even want to use the word destined, I'm going to use the word doomed to end up here. Because when the 2 plans went down, they put parameters down on it that just don't really fit this site without coming before this for a level 3. And I know that there are things that could have been built without it, but I mean, things like the setback requirement on Sevier and the topography and the rock. I mean, the fact that your perimeter of your block size is 1,400 feet and the site's 5 acres, 6 acres. I mean, this was gonna come before this body. I think that it's a really big site to try and say that it's going to be able to fit with every single checkbox that you want within the district. And I think that the developer's done a good job. I think the public have done a good job. I think Commissioner Gill has done a good job revising some of this motions to get us to where it's a good project. This is private property. The public does not get to design this and pick every criteria that goes into it. That's not going to happen. No developer will sign on to that. It's just the way it is. And so I hope that with the friendly amendments that this gets passed and this project proceeds.
Commissioner Shuck?
Two quick things, thank you. I just want to push back a little bit on the dawn to dusk hours, because if this is the significant pedestrian access, it gets dark at 5:30 in December. So I just want to push back maybe to your request for specified hours, I think would be more appropriate if we're going that way. And as to the traffic study, as you mentioned, Commissioner Gill, a number of people have raised the issue of the need for a traffic study, and I feel like the amendment is a little bit squishy, and it's just saying, please do one and then follow it. Mainly the question is, to your point again, would the traffic study look at the rezoning and all of the uses that could come with the rezoning, i.e. could end up as student apartments, or will the traffic study look at the intended use of this project with 55 and up, and at the end of the day, I guess, what it would do with that?
I'm not a traffic engineer, so I think the intent was the latter there. I would like to see a traffic study that actually addresses the actual project. But I will confess ignorance on how those studies are done. They're put in front of me many times, and I read them thoroughly, but what the design parameters on that are beyond what I'm capable of answering.
Okay, if we could, Ms. Travella.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify a few things. The area that was defined as a utility easement was actually a road. It was the continuation of Sherrod Road, and it terminated in the public stairs at the north side of the site. If you look at historic aerial photography, there are houses built all along Dawson. It is a challenging site. It's full of rock. That doesn't mean it's not buildable. They've made that clear by being able to burrow into it for a parking garage and a tunnel. We're not asking to design this project. We are asking that the code and the intent of the code be met, and that alternative compliance, creative alternative compliance, is insisted upon. We're not asking for ground floor retail on Sevier. We're asking for ground floor retail or any other pedestrian engagement opportunity along Dawson, and to the extent feasible along Mimosa. We're not asking for ground floor retail on Sevier. We know that that's not reasonable. But it is reasonable, especially on a blank parking garage wall on the Dawson side. It's been built on before, and it can be built on again. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Can I respond really quickly, Commissioner? I think it's of note, though, I've seen the historical houses that are on this site, and our building line essentially aligns with where those homes were because of the topography on Dawson. About where our parking deck is where those homes were. And so they weren't built street side, they were built where our parking garage starts. And that's specifically due to topography.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we have an...
Chair, may I
Yes.
speak? May I speak? Because I
Hill, or
want
Commissioner
to
Hill.
hopefully rest Commissioner Shook's concern about the traffic report. And I'd like to go to engineering. Mr. Freeze, would I be accurate in saying that if there's a safety or traffic concern, realizing that that is a condition that we put on this development, that you all would look at that? And if there was a need for some redirection or some method to improve traffic, you all would place that in your notes as a requirement?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other? All right, we have an amended motion in place and a second. All in favor? Opposed? Let's do a count.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Browning,
Aye.
Commissioner Perez, Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Butler, Commissioner Biggs, Commissioner Daly, Commissioner Gill. I'm sorry, what was that? Commissioner Midas, Commissioner Shuck. That is tied 5-5, motion fails.
All right. All right, the motion failed.
No,
End of the motion.
this one, we need another motion.
We need another motion.
Well, not necessarily.
Or not. It didn't pass. I mean, you can make another motion, but. So what's under discussion at this point is a question procedurally, what happens at this point. The commission has the opportunity upon review of this item, ultimately, let me find the exact language for you, please. In the exercise of its approval, this body, the Planning Commission, must approve or deny the application or send the application back to the Administrative Review Committee for additional consideration. So at this point, there was a motion that was made for approval that has failed. So you have other opportunities available if anyone wants to present another motion at this point.
Chair, may I want to address Commissioner Butler because I think some of her main issues were architectural. Are there any amendments that you might want to consider that might get you across the board?
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. You're right, they are, and a lack of pedestrian and community engagement. However, I don't think that those design elements are something that can easily be put in an amendment. I think it's something that needs to be studied and brought back before us if that's something the commission wants to consider.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to make a motion, and maybe this will help Commissioner Hill where he's trying to go with this. I think in light of that and the fact that we are hung on this in many ways, there is not a consensus on what to do, and I think the best plan forward so this is not to deny it, rather to recommend, make a motion to send this back to ARC committee and incorporate some of the feedback that we have here and re-present it to this board with some of the changes that have been required.
If that's in a motion, I'll second it.
Second by Commissioner Hill. And we have discussion by Commissioner Shook.
Thank you. Would you entertain an amendment to your motion to include a little more specificity in sending it back? I feel like the last time we sent it back, we didn't really provide a lot of direction. And I personally am struggling with the lack of structure around the request for alternative compliance, where, you know, we admittedly don't have a lot in the code to go by other than that it needs to comply with the intent. But what I would like to see is an item by item explanation or justification of why alternative, not only why alternative compliance is appropriate, but what that alternative compliance is. Because I think it's been pointed out, we're at some level setting a precedent here for what alternative compliance review looks like in the future. So if part of the request in sending it back would be to please address those items individually, I feel that makes sense.
Okay, I'm processing. So I think all I can do is respond and say that I support whatever we need to put in the motion to help the development in the community make sense of what's going on right now. That said, I think the 7 criteria that we're looking for to the ZARC 3 review, at least in my regard, the way I understand it, they are pretty clear to me as to what the alternative compliance is. There's an intent of the code, and then his block face is larger, his perimeter is larger, his light's larger, and the way that we address that is to try to meet the intent of the code, which is to meet the South Waterfront District number 5 and number 6 intent was on their form-based design. Are you asking for a line-by-line that says our north-south connector allows for pedestrian access, therefore the building meets this?
I actually am.
Okay, and who is supposed to are we putting the burden on the developer to come up with that documentation?
You don't have to, I have it. I had to cut it out of my talk because of time, but I have 6 items, I've combined a couple for time, but 6 itemized, taken from the ARC report, and what the intent of those items are, and I think would give some structure, as you said, to the solutions. So yes, line by line, go, these are the things that are omissions or deficiencies, and this is how we're solving them instead of meeting the exact letter of the code. And I think that, I know the design team, I think any one of those people would be able to put that diagram together.
Okay, so I don't know if I can put that in my motion or not, but I would love to see that posted on our...
I'm happy to share it.
Thanks. Would that suffice? All right, so I think that if you want some specificity, I would encourage, in my motion here, I would encourage the developer to look at the comments that were made today and explicitly those 4 conditions that we placed upon it, as well as the conversation surrounding the architecture, and maybe try again. I apologize. This is a last-minute motion, but rather than it die, I'd like to see the opportunity for it to be addressed, if that's possible.
Last chance. Go ahead.
Last hurrah. It's been a little bit of a moving target when we've come before you guys, and we've done the very best we can in working with multiple stakeholders to solve for, answer for, create, design. A lot of the commissioners that are here today specifically spoke to the north-south connection the last time we were here. And then that was all of a sudden not the main issue again. And so I hope that when we try to solve for this again, we've been in extreme collaboration with community groups, the city, their staff, and the north-south connection that we have solved for is now somehow unacceptable. And so I hope that the commission will understand that we have spent an amount of time because we really would like to create value here for the community. And I hope that the things that are being asked, my most recent submission, Commissioner Butler speaks to some of our architectural design that, as you know very well, is very conceptual at this moment because we don't have a project. And like most projects at this phase, all of our fit and finish is in line with the South Waterfront vision, the stone, everything that we are using is in the finishes of those that is required in the South Waterfront. And so the modulation, the sizing, the view shed that was asked at the multiple meetings before this have all been solved for. And so I hope that, we're happy to continue to answer questions. We're happy to try to continue to solve for this because we feel passionately about it. But I hope that we can earn some your support, those that are opposed to it, because we have, we've tried to solve, and the only reason we're at ARC is because of the site the way it is. And so thank you guys for your time today. We appreciate the opportunity to be here.
All right, thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Well, I was just going to make a
I'm
comment. I would
sorry.
like to
I'm
see
sorry.
some communication with the SWAG group between now and the next time you come back.
Can I comment on that, Commissioner? Mm-hmm. There are 5 signatures that are representing the SWAG group. There are over 50 or 60, 70 members there are multiple members of that group that are not signed onto those comments that are for this project, and I hope that we can, I don't know if it would publicly be helpful, or letters, or them to try to be present here for and in support of, because I don't think you're hearing from the group. I think you're hearing from individuals of the group, and I think there are the individuals that are a part of that advocacy group that are very pro this project.
Well, most of the comments were not pro that were on the website. And it doesn't sound like you had spoken with them since our last meeting. And I thought that that was going to take place. So maybe if you decide to come back with a plan, that in that meantime, you could have that conversation.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? We will move it forward. Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay.
All right. Number 27. Applicant is Christian Alley. Location is east and west sides of Newcomb Lane, north of North Campbell Station Road. Approximate size of tract is 1.83 acres. Current zoning is agricultural. Requested zoning is planned residential. Existing land use is single-family residential. Density proposed is up to 5 dwellings an acre. The staff recommendation is to deny the PR zone up to 5 dwelling an acre because it is incompatible with existing transportation infrastructure. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Name and address, please.
David Harbin at 4334 Paper Mill Drive.
All right, is there anybody opposing? Ms. Derrick, would you give your name and address, please?
My name is Corey Derrick, and I'm at 1010 Newcomb Lane.
Okay, thank you.
And it was about the road. Our road is not a full road, and that we think it would be too much traffic added to, you know, like I said, we squeeze by each other when we pass, so.
Okay.
But that's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm here representing the property owner, Mr. Ailey, that's here. We can do one duplex there now. What we'd ask is that, you know, we thread this needle. I think 5 units an acre is a little bit too much right there. We'd ask, you know, if we could do 2 duplexes right there. So we need housing in this area. It's a great area. And we're asking, you know, that we'd be able to do 1 more duplex there. So a PR at like 2.25 units an acre is what we would ask for. So with that, we'd ask that you ought to approve that at 2.25.
Okay, thank you. All right, commissioners?
Yeah, thank you for coming with something different, but I think the entire staff comment is based on the 5 dwelling units per acre and how that impact is going to play out on the road. A lot of what we are prepared to discuss and think through is how that original ask, and in this situation, given that those are the conditions that predicated the discussion that we're on here today, I personally am not comfortable having a discussion as to whether or not 2.25 would be an appropriate level of density without having staff have an opportunity to re-review based on that new submission. I don't know how others feel on this board.
Anybody?
Yeah, we do need housing. It's a great area for housing, and like we're trying to do is to thread that needle right there to just have us just 1 more duplex for this. It's like almost 2 acres, 1.8 acres, I think is what's here. So I don't think that's really overburdening the infrastructure that's out there. So I don't know if staff would like to weigh in on something like that.
Staff?
We would need the time to evaluate that, but we did consider increasing residential intensity here generally.
Okay, Commissioner Biggs.
I was going to ask if staff, if a motion to postpone 30 days would be sufficient to provide updated analysis based on the request. I'd make that motion to postpone for 30 days.
We have a motion by Commissioner Biggs, second by Commissioner Gill, to postpone for 1 month. Is that okay?
That will work for us. Thank
All
you
right,
very
all in
much.
favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. All right. Item number 29, Wayne Klein. Location is north and west sides of South Galahar View Road, north of Westland Drive. Approximate size of tract is 7.61 acres. Current zoning is ag. Requested zoning is planned residential. Existing land use is agricultural, forest, vacant land, and rural residential. Density proposed is up to 4 dwellings per acre. Staff recommendation is deny the PR zoning up to 4 dwelling an acre because it is incompatible with the environmental and roadway conditions.
I'm
Yes.
Wayne Klein. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. It is my application on behalf of the owner. I'm 445 South Gay Street, Knoxville, 37901.
Okay, is there opposition?
There is Jeffrey Wheatley, 8324 Highlark Lane in Knox County.
Okay. Would you like to yield or go first?
I defer.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I thank you very much for the opportunity to address the board this afternoon. At the risk of stating the obvious, whenever there is a proposal to rezone, the only real criterion that matters is, will it benefit the community? And not only will this not benefit the community in that area, this is going to be a real detriment to it. Anyone who uses that part of Galahar View Road knows that this would not be a good idea, especially for the people who use it every day. Now, it has many curves and hills, narrow lanes, sometimes non-existent shoulders. And the specific area in question is particularly unsuited for the introduction of increased traffic because of a rather nasty and unforgiving hairpin turn. Now, as it stands now, the segment of Galahar View Road in question cannot fairly be described as anything other than treacherous, even in the very best of conditions, and it's all but unusable in the worst. Now, any increase in traffic on this would be problematic, but allowing many extra cars to enter and exit the road at this specific area would be courting disaster. As mentioned earlier, there is a rather nasty hairpin turn there. Now, it's understandable that somebody would want to make this change, but it's also understandable that for the people who live in that area, this would really not be a very good idea. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address the board this afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Commission. I represent the property owner, Eddie West, in this rezoning application. Respectfully, in contravention to staff's recommendation, it seems apparent to us that all conditions are required under Article 6.30.01 of the Knox County zoning ordinance to have this property rezoned from agriculture to a planned residential zone. Access to the property is via South Galahar View Road, which you know by now is a major collector. It travels from Westland Drive all the way to Interstate 40 and beyond, and as you can see from staff's rezoning report, surrounding land uses are compatible with the requested zoning change, identifying A, RAE, RA, PR up to 4 dwelling units per acre, which is what we're asking for, and multifamily residential right in this area. The Knox County Comprehensive Plan place type is suburban residential, SR, which permits consideration of PR up to 4 dwelling units per acre. This application is consistent with the suburban residential place type, and the property lies in a planned growth area which favors contiguous growth in growth areas. Staff finds conflict with Policy 12 and Policy 9. That's roadway safety and infrastructure coordination. And as you know, the Knox County Plan supports consideration of residential zoning. infrastructure issues are better addressed at the development or concept plan stage and engineering review stages of the development, not by freezing the land in an agricultural zone. The purpose of PR zoning is specific: to provide, quote, optimal methods of land development which encourage more imaginative solutions to environmental design problems. Clustering is exactly the tool designed for storm, slope, and constrained site conditions. And the Knox County zoning ordinance's answer to constrained land development is not denial, it is plan design. Concept plan review requires and exists to determine layout, setbacks, circulation, and open space treatment before any building permit is issued. PR is a tool for lower actual yield, larger preserved open space, single access, and a commitment to build only within safe, buildable areas. Staff emphasizes the immediate area surrounding the parcel as, quote, relatively unchanged for decades, but PR zoning is consistent with the intent and purpose of the zoning ordinance. Section 6.30.01 discusses change conditions in the county generally. You all know that the county is expanding and growth is, residential growth is encouraged. Change conditions are countywide, which is a long-standing policy. As long as I've been doing this, which is somewhere around 37 years, I've heard this commission countless times say, changing conditions make ag zoning obsolete, even if the body prefers a lower density. Rezoning should be judged on district appropriateness, not a worst-case assumption of 30 homes with uncontrolled access. PR requires later development, plan review, no building permit issues until access and circulation are approved by this body. Driveway design and entrance or entrances are not regulated in an application for rezoning. And the maximum theoretical yield is not the same as the actual concept plan. You have access locations, trip distribution, trip counts can all change with design and should not be the basis for denial of a rezoning application. Traffic concerns are manageable through reduced yield, single point access, and not at the curve. No direct driveways in the curve, and road improvements such as a turn lane. The development can commit to one shared access only. No individual curb cuts other than a shared access from turn lanes, and even road improvements ameliorate these concerns. But none of the considerations are appropriate reasons to deny a rezoning request from ag to PR. The constraints as identified by staff do not make this site undevelopable by definition. Knox County Zoning Code provides multiple protections at later stages than rezoning, such as stream setbacks, engineering approval within 100 feet of streams, grading permit review, hillside, slope, and stream protection, and a PR concept plan reviewed and stamped by professionals. A potential sinkhole does not mean there is a sinkhole. The owner and I commissioned real estate broker Anthony Buell to investigate the Blue Line Stream, potential sinkhole, hillside protection area, and site distance constraints, and the outcome shows: 1, no Blue Line Stream exists on this property. 2, no sinkhole exists on this property. 3, sufficient site distance with a single access away from the curve in the road is very feasible, and an easement for the utility lines does not support denial of a rezoning request. This body could recommend reducing the density as requested to 3, but there's no justification to deny the rezoning request. The surrounding context is already mixed residential use, including 3 adjacent PR zonings up to 4 dwelling units per acre. And there's multifamily there too. This rezoning request is not introducing an alien land use family into a purely rural setting.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
You have reached your time. If you'll bring it to conclusion, please.
Yes, I would request just a couple of more minutes from this commission so that I could tell my client's position.
You got 1.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
1 minute. Just
Thank you, sir.
Close it, please.
The PR zone itself permits, and our zoning code encourages design tailoring to adjacent properties, and I'll just move to the end. The zoning question is whether PR is an appropriate district. not whether an unengineered maximum yield concept with multiple curb cuts should be approved. This parcel, in fact, does meet all criteria for rezoning, and the question is whether a PR residential zoning district which is designed for constrained land is a more appropriate zone than the present agricultural zone. This is a planned growth residentially situated tract, and we will request a rezoning to planned residential, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Commissioners. Commissioner Gill.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I have a couple of thoughts on what Counselor brought up. I want to push back a little bit on the concept that what we're not supposed to consider is the most intensive use of what could be built on there based on the 4 dwelling units per acre in a PR zone on the buildable space. That's precisely what we're being asked to consider here. I think that the idea that we're supposed to not consider that and that's supposed to be left to the development and concept plan is kind of backwards from what we're considering right now. We're supposed to consider as this rezoning comes through, what that rezoning's impact would be on the surrounding community and the space, and whether or not that is consistent with the conditions that are in that area, not whether or not we shouldn't care until it comes back as a development plan. Oftentimes, once it comes back as a development plan and that density has already been decided by right on the zoning, then we're said, well, we can get 33 units on here. You can't tell us we can have anything less than what we are allowed to have. So now is the time that we consider how many units could be possibly built based on the density that's put in there. Additionally, I think it's pretty rare for this to occur, but it's not uncommon in the sense that we have had multiple rezonings come back from development plans that were decided by commissions 20 years ago, and those conditions at the time set the density, and now they're coming back to us much later with a development plan. Once that PR goes into place, that's what it is, and that zoning is now set for whatever happens in the future. So I don't agree that the idea is that we're supposed to look at this as, oh, it's not the most intensive use. It's exactly what it is, and based on that most intensive use, I'm not comfortable with the site constraints that are in place saying that 4 dwelling units an acre is appropriate and supported by the criterion that are necessary in order to support a rezoning, and I think the staff got it right in this case.
Thank you. Commissioner Butler.
I just wanted to, I noted that with the, as you point out, the maximum allowed density there's consideration of additional 333 average daily trips on that road, and ask engineering, Mr. Elliott, do you have any thoughts on that level of traffic on that area of the road?
Certainly we would want to see a traffic study if the units got above the required levels. Without that, it would be hard for us to say anything about what the capacity the road has.
Commissioner Browning.
Thank you, Commissioner Levison. I've been out there to that property, and I agree with staff too. I think it is incompatible with the roadway conditions. But just back to a question for staff: what were the environmental conditions that were identified? Who would
Yeah, so a good portion of this is undisturbed steep hillside, right at the onset of a tributary stream. There's an overhead utility easement, and there is a closed contour indicating the presence of a potential sinkhole. And that's in addition to limited access points where there's adequate sight distance.
Well, this is a special moment. This might be one of the first developments I've ever been against. So I'll agree with Commissioner Butler and Commissioner Gill and staff and make the recommendation to deny the planned residential zone up to 4 dwelling units per acre because it is incompatible with environmental and roadway conditions.
Second.
Who's second? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Browning, a second by Commissioner Daley. Yes, Mr. Biggs.
I guess I just had a clarifying question. I thought I heard the applicant say that they were proposing a reduction to 3 dwelling units an acre. I don't know did I hear that correctly?
Yes, we can withstand a lower density. It's the planned residential that we would like to address first.
Okay, yeah, and I guess that was my only question was like, I don't know if 3 is the right number, if 2 is the right number, given the site constraints, but would, like, is it most prudent if if the applicant's willing to have that conversation to postpone, to allow them to, I guess, adjust their application, or, I guess question for staff, or is a denial more prudent and then they can reapply with a lower density? Because it doesn't sound like the PR is the primary concern that we have here.
They can always reapply with and make a different request.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Hill.
Do we need to do that, or in certain circumstances, don't we reduce the density? And
I will say that staff has not looked at a reduced density. I don't know that the considerations associated with this property would change much, but that's not something we've looked into.
Got you.
Okay.
Can we apply within 1 year?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to deny. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. All right.
Take a break.
We're going to take a short break and get back here in like 15 minutes, please.
Today on that. And with that, we'd ask that you approve it as modified, and I'm happy to address any concerns neighbors may raise during their comments. Thank you.
Thank y'all. If you look at that little corner in that map right there, it's kind of where me and Bill both live at. We live in those houses, where all three of us is here live in those houses. And we was wanting a setback from that, because that's an acre lot. That when we buy our houses in there, that's an acre lot. It's zoned for an acre for houses. It wasn't part of that development. So it's, we'd like to have some serenity, really, is what we'd like to have. And that acre has a easement on it for our driveway, which I don't know what the county has to do to take that off or how that works, but we would like for that to be off. And, we're still at 130 houses, and that little community is called Trentville, and we have about 170 houses in that community and 7% growth. So if you put 130 houses on top of us, they outvote us, I guess you'd say. So, I don't know if that density is good, but it seems awful high. I mean, Andrew Johnson Highway looks like a great place to come out of, but when we came here, I brought Larry, my driver's ed teacher, I brought him with me, and just so he could see how hard it was to get out at 12:30 today. So I don't know how great of a place it is to get out, but it is doable for sure, but don't know how great of a place. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Bill Mills, and I live at 9105 right there, and I have the burden of having that easement go through my property. And if you look at that easement, it borders that whole section around through there, and my concern is that's my serenity. And my concern is I don't want that to ever be for foot traffic, because that is a shortcut through my yard and down Sherritt Drive when the kids go to walking to school. And I don't want that subdivision emptying out on me. And I don't want that to ever be accessible by vehicle on that little gravel driveway, because there's only 2 homes on it right now. And it goes right by my house. And I actually mow that all the way up into the woods and maintain that. And I just come here today. I know you all have a great responsibility, and you're changing lives every time you vote. And I know we got to have growth, some kind of growth. And I'm for that to an extent. You realize that. And I would greatly appreciate it if you could consider, we need a setback there really bad. I don't want to have that so close to my home that I can't even look out the back door now, And I please consider us today as you vote, and what kind of burden that's going to put on the community and put on me and my family. having that easement there and the access that it's gonna cause. I've talked to the developer briefly a minute ago, this young man, and he assured me that they would set back off of that. But I need something there, some kind of tree line, some kind of fence, some kind of something that's gonna keep vehicle traffic off of me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr.
Thank you,
Mullins?
Commission. Ben Mullins, 550 West Main Street. I appreciate the comments from the neighborhood. We don't have anything to do with the easement. It looks like it's a private easement there. We don't have access to it. We couldn't have access to it. So I understand there may be some concerns about that. It doesn't affect our property or our development one way or the other. Staff has made recommendations for 2 conditions on this, and we think those conditions are appropriate and would help address some of the neighborhood concerns. In that one of the conditions is that there's no access to Sherrod Drive. Everything would be accessed there on Andrew Johnson Highway. You look at this property, it's in the traditional neighborhood place type, which was adopted by the Advanced Knox in 2024. That's the most intensive residential place type that Advanced Knox has. It allows considerations for up to 24 units an acre there. I know there was a conversation with some property a little further southwest about that. That's a totally different place type altogether, a mixed-use town center. This is intended to be some type of residential development. We think that single-family residential at 6 units an acre would be very compatible, especially with the access being terminated off of Sherrod, not accessing that at all, but going to Andrew Johnson. The other condition, which we understand and agree with, is that there's a preserved open space as common area along Lions Creek. That property is impacted environmentally by Lions Creek and a floodway, and so we would have to design around that anyway. But we're willing to make that part of our development and make it a common area and an amenity. With the existing zoning, it's split zoned already. Certainly the back portion of it's ag right now. But the front portion of it is CA, which allows some pretty intensive commercial uses and would also allow up to 12 units an acre of single-family residential or apartments even by right and up to 24 by use on review. So I think by converting this to PR at a lesser density, with that being a planned development that would have to come back before this body, we can address when we know exactly how we're going to lay it out. We know we've got to work around the environmental constraints there. There's already a 35-foot peripheral setback in the PR zone. It can be reduced to 15 feet, but it has to be reduced by this body's permission. It's not automatic, so the default's 35. At that time, when we know exactly where it's going to lay out, where the houses are in relation to the neighbors, we can look at buffering and landscaping at that time. So with all of that, I'd ask that you approve this per staff's recommendation as modified by reducing this to 6 units an acre. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill.
I think this is more for curiosity and a potential to clean up something rather than consideration about what we do here. But this easement, it looks like it serves that property. Does anybody know anything about why it's even there if it's not for this development? Okay. But you all don't have the parcel that you're representing, you don't have rights to that?
I don't believe we do.
I mean, at least you could offer to give up your rights to it.
If we have rights to it, then that's something we could quit claim to them. I mean, that's, without representing whether we have rights, we would give those up, but all of our access is going to be on Andrew Johnson Highway, so we don't have any issues with that.
Thank you, Mr. Mullins.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Commissioner Biggs.
I just wanted to ask, I think this site is within the parental responsibility boundary for Carter. So I would anticipate students walking from a development here. And I know we've said there's no vehicular access onto Sherrod, that road there, but a bunch of students walking along Andrew Johnson Highway to get to Carter doesn't seem like a great plan. Would there be a plan for pedestrian access to shared?
There's a sidewalk ordinance in place when you're dealing with the parental responsibility zone, and that would kick in regardless. So we would have to follow the restrictions of that ordinance at that time, once we know exactly what our plan's going to be.
Okay, I guess, and I think my question was particularly with access to shared. I just wanted to confirm that was just vehicular access that we're limiting and not pedestrian access.
The condition is vehicular access to Sherrod is prohibited. It wouldn't necessarily prohibit pedestrian access if that was warranted under the sidewalk ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Browning.
Thank you, Chairman Levison. I think the opposition ought to feel pretty good about what's happened today. You started out with a win with, the applicants dropping it from 12 dwelling units per acre to 6. And they're also telling you they're going to quit claim any rights they have to that easement. So, staff has already approved it up to 12 dwelling units per acre. So with all that, I'd like to make a motion to approve the PR plan residential zone with up to 6 dwelling units per acre because it is consistent with the adopted plan, subject to 2 conditions. 1, vehicular access to shared drive is prohibited, and 2, provide dedication for preserved open space as common area along Lions Creek.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Browning, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed?
Thank you all very much.
Passes. Thank you. Excuse me. Number 31. Okay, applicant is Joe Davis. Location, south side of Strawberry Plains Pike, north of McCubbins Lane. Approximate size of tract is 13.62 acres. Current zoning is ag. Requested zoning is planned residential. Existing land use is agricultural, forestry, and vacant land. Density proposed is up to 5 dwellings per acre. Staff recommendation on the rezoning is to approve PR residential zone up to 5 dwellings per acre because it's consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and the surrounding area, subject to 1 condition. Is the applicant present?
Good afternoon. Joe Davis, 9413 Mill Sound Drive in Straw Plains.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is Tanya Miller here? How about Catherine Atkins? Okay. Would you like to go first, or would you like to defer? Joe?
Yeah, I'll go first, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, that'd be fine. What we're trying to do is to just do affordable housing, single family, and we feel that it's suitable for that. And all the utilities are in place, and we won't have to disturb anything or do anything. The utilities are at the road, so we're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
All right.
All right. Would you please state your name and address for us?
My name is Catherine Atkins, 8408 Strawberry Plains Pike, Knox County. The proposed amendment shall be necessary because of substantial changed or changing conditions in the area and districts affected. That's the first thing. And there's 2 things that were given to justify this. One is the opening of Carter Elementary School, and the other is surrounding properties have been transitioning. Carter Elementary School was opened 13 years ago, and there has been none of the properties around this property that has been transitioning. It is completely surrounded by single-family homes. Many of them are 3rd and 4th generation home. These people have bought the property and built their homes, raised their family, and most of these people don't have stocks and bonds and savings accounts. And this represents the biggest investment they've ever made in their life. And in most cases, all they have to leave to their children as inheritance. This is an old community. Around this property, in the back is a farm, in the front is a farm. On one side is a cemetery that goes back to the 1800s, and on the other side is a house that goes back to the 1800s. This is a historical part of Strawberry Plains Pike that connects up to the old Carter Mill. This was where the early settlers settled in this area. The property has many, many problems on it. It has a TVA easement that runs entirely through the property. It has two creeks, creek on the front, creek on the back, spring on the back. It is hillside protected. 2 of the acres is involved in that. So you have the setbacks from all that. In the staff report, it said that 50% could be left as open spaces, but 50% of the property can't be built on. You've got the setbacks for both of the creeks, hillside protection, and you've got that big TVA high tension line running straight through the property. To allow this property to be rezoned is wrong. When this developer bought this property, he knew he was buying agriculture zone property, and he knew that he was right in the middle of single-family homes all the way around it. The traffic is terrible. The infrastructure is terrible. We have one grocery store. Food City cannot keep the food stocked up. The traffic is really terrible. The last person that got killed at this property, it was a young girl and her dog. And I walked down and I talked to the investigating officer, and he told me that they don't even know why there's so many accidents that happen right there at Molly Bright where that property is. It's in the school zone, which means that they have to walk to school. It is so dangerous on Strawberry Plains Pike that I have to put my turn signal on way past that property, which is next to mine, just to get the semis to slow down and the cars, because when they start putting the brakes on, it's horrible. The traffic is horrible. We have right now, and we got together and we looked at it, there are 900 rooftops right now within 2 miles of this property that's either just been built, being built, or in the planning process. 900. There is no excuse that we need this for housing. This will ruin our country neighborhood. The comprehensive land plan was to protect these zones, to keep what's beautiful, keep it. The conservation means stop. Before you do anything to this land, let's look at it and conserve it unless we really have to do something to it. This is a big chunk that's going to be bit out of our neighborhood. This is a bad plan. The animals have always depended upon the wetlands in the creek, and they've been run out of their environments to a point that we have got so many deers, raccoons, possums, everybody's coming there because that's a water source. This is a historically important part of Straw Plains Pike. It is environment, its environment is so important to the wildlife. If you allow this rezoning to go in, which it should only stay 1 house per acre. He knew what he was getting when he bought it. He's entitled to everything we are, but he's entitled to no more. And to come and say, just rezone this for us is wrong. It's wrong against the neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Commissioners. Commissioner Gill. That's you.
Okay. Yes, thank you. So I want to start out by saying that we've had several of these come by as we're working through our UDO, and you guys already know where I'm going with this, where we have properties coming up for PR rezoning and RC place type. And I've been struggling with these every single time because I happen to agree with the sentiment of the comprehensive land use plan that said rural conservation was about conserving the rural character and nature of that area. And I recognize that this PR zone is being asked for is partially related to the RC place type, which allows it up to 5 dwelling units per acre, but that is the extreme top end of what that's allowed, and because it's conditional and partially related, we have to meet all of the findings in order to support that. I realize that this borders a SR zone right there, but I think in terms of the environmental constraints that are on this property, including what was already referenced, but those two blue line streams and the TVA easement and the hillside protection that is on there, I think the reason this was put as an RC wasn't arbitrary. It wasn't a line that was just drawn that says, oh, here's where the border's going to be. It was put here because of the environmental constraints that are present on this property. And I think that warrants some consideration, that I don't agree that this area can be conserved while staying within the buildable space and having developments up to 5 dwelling units to acre. I don't think that it meets the 3 different criterion that we're trying to meet. I think that it will have an adverse effect based on the environmental constraints that are there. I don't think the necessity has been established. I think that Carter opening 13 years ago is not a changing condition. That's just the condition of the area as it is now. And I don't see a lot of change that necessitates this. I certainly appreciate and understand, and I'm very supportive of housing. I've often come up on the record to support housing developments, but when we're looking for places to develop housing, we explicitly drew out these areas in our rural conservation zones of areas that we're not supposed to be unduly burdening. This isn't a TN like we just established a minute ago as an area where housing is supposed to go. That's supposed to go at 6 dwelling units an acre or 12 dwelling units an acre, explicitly, so that these areas that we've identified as RC do not have to carry that burden. I don't think that we have met the requirements necessary to justify a PR rezoning in this, and then I personally, despite what staff recommendation is I can't support this as it's read.
All right. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Chair. I think I want to speak more to the process, because we often get to this point, and the last time I brought this up, I think somebody complained to the mayor that I was preaching to the audience here. I'm not preaching, but when this is an opportunity for more density because of the other plans that were laid before us, and that's what guides us. When this goes on to county commission, they have more latitude. But when we're looking at the land use plan and it's designated, the East County Community Plan identifies Strawberry Plains Pike as a development corridor intended for more intense development. It's in the planned growth area. It spells out all these reasons for more density. The time, I think, to address this was what, 2 years ago? Was it a year ago, 2 years ago, when we did the comp plan? Is that right, for the county, when we updated the comp plan? 2 years ago. That's where I think the discussion often should be, and where we often don't participate as a community. I wish we would, because once we set the plan, approve the plan, it tells us these are the appropriate areas for density, and we're supposed to support those plans. So those are my comments about that. We're a recommending body. No matter how this goes, it'll go on to county commission, and they have more political latitude. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Biggs.
Yeah, I think I'll just echo some of the sentiments of Commissioner Hill. I think, I'm very familiar with Strawberry Plains. It is a very busy road, but it is also a major arterial road. This is not far from Asheville Highway, which is another major arterial road. And it being close to an elementary school, these are places where we typically look to add density, where there is access, where there are public amenities. I think the proposed kind of plan by staff that includes a 50% conservation area is appropriate, recognizes the challenges of the site, the sensitive ecological areas, and places protections on those. So I feel like this is an appropriate way to address the realities of the site, but also enable density in an area that's appropriate for it. So I'll be supporting this.
Okay.
I want to get clarification from staff on the 50% condition. Is that just reciting, is it intended to recite what's already imposed on that property anyhow, or is that an additional condition that would say stick with the property if the place type was to change in the future?
So the comp plan guides us with the 50%, but it's not codified in the zoning ordinance, so you would be required to conserve 50% with this condition.
Even if say the place type was to change in the future?
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Browning?
Chair Levinson, I agree with Commissioner Hill as well. You know, we're leaving 50% of the subject property undisturbed, which allows for clustering on the property. And when you think, you know, Mr. Davis said he's going to be developing affordable housing, you know, it's across from an elementary school. I mean, those young families are the ones that are going to need, you know, that affordable housing. You know, kids can walk across the street to the school. So, I mean, I really think planning staff got it right here. So I'm gonna make a motion to approve the planned residential zone up to 5 dwelling units per acre because it is consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan and the surrounding area, subject to one condition: at least 50% of the subject parcel shall be left as undisturbed natural area per the RC Rural Conservation Place Type.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion by Commissioner Browning, second by Commissioner Biggs. Any further discussion?
I did want to discuss a little bit more on that 50% because I just want to go back to what Commissioner Hill was saying. If this is intended to be a high-growth area, does it make sense to add that condition as part of the zoning, or would that be better fleshed out when, say, the plan comes before the body to actually approve, depending upon what the place type is at the time?
Why are we defining this as an area for high growth when it's RC place type?
I'm just saying that the area seems to be trending towards that. And so I'm just questioning whether it's appropriate to have that.
The issue that continuously has been coming up is that these PR zones are being asked to be implemented as rezonings on parcels that have RC place type. And until we complete and adopt the UDO, the place type recommendation of 50 to 70% is not enforceable. So we are saying that this is an RC, and if we don't condition it, then they could just build it as though that place type doesn't exist and do whatever they want as though it was a suburban residential traditional neighborhood, because our current zoning doesn't match the place types. We have adopted the place type, and that is supposed to be, as Commissioner Hill pointed out, to be our guide. If that is in case what is codified as our guide and it is not enforceable, I think that the strategy is then to place that upon the rezoning, a rezoning that, I mind you, will disappear once the UDO is actually adopted, potentially, and it will no longer be an option because at that point it will be codified. So we are doing this as a stopgap measure to ensure that the RC place type that we are intended to implement is actually being implemented as written. So even notwithstanding that this is supposed to be a high growth area, a characterization that I disagree with, this is why it's RC, either way, we're supposed to be preserving at minimum 50% of that land for it to meet the place type that we are supposed to be guided by in the comprehensive land use guide.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Okay. We had 2 no's. Three, I'm sorry. Stand corrected. All right, we'll move on. You've been approved. Thank you. Okay, item number 34, Ken Bowman. Location, southwest side of Middlebrook Pike, southeast of Lovell Road. Approximate size of tract is 2.39 acres. Current zoning is ag. Requested zoning is CA. Existing land use is agricultural, forest, and vacant land. Staff recommends approval of CA Business Zone because it's consistent with the adopted plans and changing conditions in the area. Is the applicant present?
Yes, sir. Robert Campbell, 7523 Taggart Lane.
Okay, is there any opposition? All right, Mr. Campbell?
As staff has noted, we're in favor of a CA zoning. As you can tell, along Middlebrook Pike, we actually have a curb cut at the property, which allows good access to the Middlebrook. Shod Road extension has just been completed a little bit northwest of this, which increases the commercial viability of this entire area. We are bordered in the rear by a stream, and we have a buffer that we have to stay away from that, so we stay away from the neighborhood that's behind us. But again, Middlebrook Pike looks like a very commercial area spreading out from where the new Shod Road, and eventually the level itself will be improved to 5 lanes all the way to the interstate. So we believe this makes good sense.
Thank you. Commissioners? Commissioner Midas.
I'll make a motion, if there's no discussion, to approve the CA General Business Zone because it's consistent with the adopted plans and changing conditions in the area.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Browning. Motion made by Commissioner Midas. Any discussion? With none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Number 35, Michael Gerard. Location is northwest side of Boynton Beaver Ridge Road, north of Oak Ridge Highway. Approximate size of the tract is 1.12 acres. Current zoning is CA. Requested zoning is PR, planned residential. Existing land use is agricultural, forest, and vacant land. Density proposed is 12 dwellings per acre. Staff recommendation is to deny the planned residential zone with up to 12 units per acre because the subject property does not meet the intent of the zoning district and is not supporting the condition changes. Is the applicant present?
Yeah, Scott Davis, representing the applicant, P.O. Box 11315, Knoxville, Tennessee 37939.
Okay, is there any opposition? Would you like to defer? If you would come on forward, please, and give us your name and address, please.
Darla Watson. The address is 3328 Bluebell Lane, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yes, ma'am.
Did
You
he
can
defer to me?
speak. Yes, please.
Okay. I own the adjoining property directly behind this lot. Our concern, and I love your recommendation, but our concern is, number one, the traffic on Byington Soloway Road or Byington Beaver Ridge Road. It's right there close to the school. It backs up during the school year. In the mornings and the afternoons, there's going to be very little access for those people should they be there to get out of that area. Our property has a bank right now where they built that lot up with all kinds of debris, stumps, culverts, concrete, and then they put dirt over the top of it. You can see all that from the bank that adjoins our property on the back side. Not to mention the water that already comes off of Weigel's in the car wash and where Sonic used to be, comes directly off of those lots down through our backyard and in a neighboring backyard, diverted basically to Beaver Creek eventually. And with the water that would come off of that property, it would have to be diverted somehow, because otherwise it's going to flood our property. Not to mention the fact that there's no place, if children move in there for them to play, they're going to be in our big, great backyard. So I would appreciate the denial of this. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Would you like to come forward? We have 3 minutes.
My name's Paul Ormby. I live at 3316 Bluebell Lane. Pretty much what I had to say, she just said.
Perfect.
So I don't want to waste your time.
We appreciate that.
I was always told if you can't be good, at least be short.
Yes, sir. Good advice. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Jimmy Griffin. I'm at 3321 Bluebell Lane, and I have pretty much the same concerns that the young lady did. I'm a 40-year resident there. We have a family community, and we're concerned about the more traffic, because right now our traffic is so bad off of Western and that back road there that we just choose our hours when we go out. So it's a concern.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Davis?
Yeah, I appreciate your all's time, and just for a refresher, it's 1.12 acres. The property is fronts Byington Sawway Road. It's right across from Carnes Elementary School. I say right across, there's one piece of property in between. The property is currently zoned CA, and in 2024, you all and County Commission approved and the mayor signed off on allowing up to 12 units an acre in CA zoning. So the way it is right now, we can build 12 units an acre in the CA zone. We're asking for planned residential zoning, and I'll explain why. And a lot of this is happening. I think we hadn't really thought about a lot of residential in CA, but for some reason, I'm not sure why, when we adopted or allowed residential in the CA, for some reason, they went to the RB, which we don't even hardly use anymore, for the setbacks. And I'm not exactly sure why, but we can do the 12 units an acre under the CA, but you fall under the RB, which forces you to have lots that are 12,000 feet minimum. So therefore, you have to do what we used to refer to as condos. So you have individual units, but you don't own the dirt. And if you don't own the dirt under the unit, it's hard to get financing. So in the PR zoning, which is more stringent, and you'll have more review process, it will allow us to do individual lots and allow people to own the property, as opposed to in true condos, you have much higher propensity for rentals because it's hard to resell or get financing on the condo. And when I was reading through the ordinance on the CA to residential, and I need some of your all's help to make sure I'm understanding this. Houses and duplexes, 7,500 square feet for a individual house, minimum lot size. If you do a duplex, it's 7,000 square feet, 7,500 square feet plus 5,000. So if you do a single family unit, it's 7,500 square foot lot. If you do a duplex, it's 7,500 plus 5,000, or 12,500 for a duplex. Okay, but attached dwellings, the minimum lot area shall be 2,000 square feet overall per dwelling. I'm not a lawyer like some of you folks, but that's very confusing. So if I do a single family unit, I have to have a minimum of 7,500 square foot lot. If I do a duplex, I have to have 12,500 square feet for that duplex lot. But if I do attached dwellings, I can do 2,000 square foot lots. Does that make any sense? It doesn't to me, but if it does y'all, great. So we're asking for the PR where we can still do 12 units an acre, which is what we can do under the commercial zoning, but it takes it out of the RB overlay, which will enable us to sell individual lots, and therefore you'll have lot owners and townhome owners as opposed to renters. So that's why we have requested the PR zoning. We can do what we want to do in the CA, We can still do 12 units an acre. But the PR zoning is going to give us much more flexibility and give you all more oversight in what we do, but it will enable us to actually sell units on individual lots so they can get financing, and we will keep us from having to do rentals as opposed to ownership. Can I have one more minute? I'm kidding. Earlier you said, you can have one more minute.
No.
No, okay, yes, sir. I knew that was coming.
Yes, if you need one more minute. you
No,
can
sir,
have
I'm
it.
just messing with you.
Commissioners?
I guess this is like a question for staff. Do we know, was there any intentionality in the CA zone only allowing for condos up to 12 units? Is that a?
I would say so when we created the CA zone, we referred to the RB zone for setbacks to be consistent with how other non-residential zones were handled within the Knox County zoning ordinance. That's the basis of that. So we do have lot sizes within the CA zone based on use, but then we refer to the RB zone for the setbacks. That's how we handled it. So so he is correct. You do have for a house, it is the lot sizes that he was quoting are correct. Yeah.
Okay, and sorry, just to say that back, the reference back to the RB, I guess, zone or setbacks is just a product of trying to maintain consistency. It wasn't intentionally designed for residential.
Yeah, so we were trying to add some uses into the CA zone to make it a little bit more, to provide more of a mix of uses and to provide the opportunity to provide housing. And it's not a perfect product, but we were trying to make it consistent with how the rest of the non-residential zones in the zoning ordinance handled that.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Commissioner Browning?
Question for Mr. Davis. So let me get this right. So the way it's zoned right now, you can do 12 units per acre condos. You can do that right now.
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
And then with this change, you're going to be able to do, is it going to be a planned unit development, like a PUD? Or is it going to be individual houses on, attached on each?
In planned residential, PUDs and some of the planner people can better understand this than I, but planned residential doesn't really mark up with what we call PUDs, but it basically you would have the same thing. It's attached units, but you would own the dirt underneath it. It'd be what we look to today as townhouses. We don't really hear the term condo anymore because it's almost obsolete. Because condos, we can't do condos anymore because we can't get financing because you don't own the dirt. And there became a lot of legal issues as it relates to banks getting caught, and so they don't want to do financing on units where they don't physically own the dirt under the property because there's problems with foreclosures and attached units. It became a big problem for the bank, so you can't get financing hardly on condos.
So the PUD, but you're still going to have a homeowners association.
Yes, sir.
and
There'll be a
all
home.
those.
Yes, sir.
It's going to look like a condo, but it's just going to have a different regime.
No, it'll look like a townhome development.
Okay.
It'll be townhouses. If we can get individual lots, it'll look from the outside the same. It'll look like a nice townhome development. The only difference is when you do the actual plat, you have lines between each unit as opposed to 6 units being on one lot, which is what condos are. When you look at it on the plat and you get your deed, you'll have an actual deeded plot of land as opposed to a condo, which you have joint ownership of all the dirt under there through the association.
Sure, I understand that. So the condo, with the condo regime, you own an undivided interest in the entire project.
Yes, sir.
So, for example, if there's, 10 units, you don't own your unit, you own 1/10 of the entire thing. So with a planned unit development, which what you're talking about, you don't own an undivided interest in the entire complex. You just own your unit underneath the real estate.
Correct, yes, sir.
So if there's a problem, if you own unit 1 and there's a roof problem on unit 10, unit 1 doesn't have to pay for it.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that right?
You're correct, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, then, yes, that would be easier to finance.
If I could, just a minor point of clarification. So we did not revert to the RB zone for lot sizes and a creation of condos. So in the RB zone, you can't do townhouses. You do have to do it on one lot. In the CA zone, we do allow for attached dwellings. So we do have that 2,000 square feet overall per dwelling. So you don't have to have it in a condo regime in the CA zone. So just a point of clarification for discussion.
Commissioner Gill.
Yeah, so that's kind of where, I'll be honest with you, I've gone back and forth on this one, and I was thoroughly confused, so I'm glad we're having this conversation, because I looked at this, I didn't understand why Mr. Davis wanted PR when he could do what he wanted to do in a CA, and then I looked at it and I came to the same conclusion that he did, which was, well, he can't really do what he wants to do in that zone. So I guess I'm looking to staff, can he develop a townhome community on individual lots within the CA zone as is right now what he's talking about?
Yes, so according to section 5 or article 5.31.06.b, attached dwellings are allowed. The minimum lot area shall be 2,000 square feet overall per dwelling. So it's talking about a lot area there. So you can subdivide to have a lot as long as that 2,000 square feet met his intent for his development.
Yeah, and so what we talked about at agenda review was essentially we didn't want to break up this fairly continuous CA zone with having a PR in the middle of it, because it's supposed to be a TMCU, which is supposed to be a commercial district with mixed-use developments. I got the book out as I normally do, and we're supposed to be seeing attached multifamily buildings, residential uses above shutter ground floor retail here. Like that's kind of the intended development, and it would seem that townhomes fit into that, and it's already zoned to be able to allow him to do townhomes. If you can do this under CA based on what you just heard, do we need to rezone this as a PR?
And you're correct. But when you go to the RB, and this, as you just mentioned, the future land use is town center. So when we think of town centers, we normally think of mixed use, townhomes, commercial, mixed in. So we can do that right now. But let's just say hypothetically, because they use the RB, I'm not being critical of that, but because they use the RB, your side setbacks hypothetically are 12 per side. So if you had 2 units together, you would have to have 12 feet on one side, and then the next person would have to have 12 feet. So you would have to have 24 feet between structures. Now you could do 10 structures, and then each structure after that would have to be 24 feet apart, which doesn't make any sense, especially on something that's 1.12 acres. So the side setbacks under the RB, and I'm not criticizing what they did, but the RB is an archaic, we don't use RB hardly anymore. And to use those for our setbacks in something we're trying to do in a town center model doesn't work.
You understand how this puts us kind of in a bind though, right, Mr. Davis? Because the concern that I have is that I support what you're trying to do. I think that's exactly where we want the exact type of development that you're doing. But the CA zone is due to go away soon, and it is going to have a zone that supports the TMCU that you are trying to build in that area. And if we rezone it to PR, and you choose not to move forward on this, we might have a really incongruent lot in the middle of a overall congruent area that's supposed to be turning into exactly what you described. But in the meantime, we have to be reliant on the idea that we're going to rezone something, support it in the code, and also allow a development based on what you're telling us that you want to do with it. I'm not unsupportive, I'm struggling about how to get there. Does that make sense?
And I'm not disagreeing with you, because in the future land use town center, whether it's PR at 12 units an acre or CA, your end product is going to look the same.
Right.
So if it doesn't get zone PR today, we're more than likely going to move forward at 12 units an acre, but we're more than likely, because of the side setback requirements, are going to have to make it a condo development. Therefore, we're going to build rentals as opposed to, because if you take a 1.12 acre piece of property and you try to put several buildings on it to make it look good, you're going to have 24 feet between each building, which eats up an inordinate amount of your property. But if you have 5 and 5, which is what we normally see in PR, you could have a fourplex, 10 feet, a fourplex, 10 feet, a fourplex, 10 feet. If we're more than likely going to have to do like 12 units all in one building, which looks more like an apartment building because of the side setback requirements. It forces you, the side setback requirements in RB forces you to put more buildings in one space because of the side setback requirements. So you end up with an ugly development. It forces you to because it eats up so much of your land between the setbacks. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know why they did it. That's their decision. I'm not arguing with that. But on a small piece of property, the only option we have, we can either do 12 units on one building or potentially have 3 to 4 to 5 buildings that look nice around a cul-de-sac and make it look like a townhome development as opposed to apartment building.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, Commissioner Anderson.
I'm really having a hard time not wanting to go along with this because it seems that if we sit up here and we say we need more housing, like this is the exact type of kind of affordable-ish housing where you can buy a single lot, you can finance it normally, and I don't think that a rental project is much good for that area as individual lots would. But and I guess I'm understanding that we can't do that in CA because of this. I mean, I guess my question is, could Mr. Davis put down a plat that had 13 lots to put attached single-family units on? I guess in this property, on this lot?
I haven't worked the math to know or seen a development, but what I can say is that you'd have your 0 lot lines, right? So then your 12 feet would just be on the side of your groups of your building. So whatever you could accommodate with that model would be what you would be able to get. If you could make it work to get that many, 13, or what you're talking about, that I don't know.
I understand. Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't see any real downside to rezoning this PR for 12 units an acre. I mean, I understand some of your concerns, but I mean, as far as, it's not like we're putting a more intensive zone in. Go ahead.
I'm not opposed.
Yeah.
I wanted to understand the development.
Okay.
So I do think, you know, I get that now with the setback. So what we'd want to do then is, Mr. Davis, you'd want to do, say, 2 or 3 units attached in separate buildings and not a continuous line of 12 units.
To me, it would look a lot better, and you're going to have, again, if you do the single-family units, you're asking how many single-family units you could put on there. A single-family lot has to be 7,500 square feet. There's 43,560 in an acre times 1.12. That's roughly 50,000 square feet. So you could put roughly 6.5 units on that piece of property as a single-family under RB.
But I mean single-family attached, sorry. I'm thinking when I say single-family attached, I'm thinking a townhouse.
Well, if you do 2, it's 12,500 square feet, so you have to do 2 or more.
Okay.
Because it says duplexes have to be 12,500 square feet, which doesn't make any sense either.
Commissioner Browning?
So it really comes down to, it gives him more flexibility with the setbacks to make a more aesthetically pleasing development that will promote home ownership.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So Commissioner Gill, what's the worst case scenario if we zone this PR? I mean, what could possibly happen that would be a problem?
I appreciate you, Commissioner. I'm trying to suss through that. As like I said, you're used to me coming in with an opinion formed and then we discuss. In this case, I am trying to figure out what I feel about this. I think my 2 competing interests is that I want to see a development here. I think this is where it's supposed to go. So, Mr. Davis, this is not an opposition statement. I'm just trying to suss out why we can't do that in a CA zone to be able to provide for that, particularly when I'm looking at what the example character of a TCMU is, and it's supposed to be large single buildings and large attached long lines. It's supposed to have frontage right on the road. The idea you're walking through and your townhome opens up so that you have streets with sidewalks and mixed-use developments. That's the idea of a TCMU. So if we're rezoning this to make it easier for him to turn it into a cul-de-sac and pull it away from the road and make it not that character, then that changes my opinion about it versus can he build something like a townhome development that is more, I don't want to say monolithic because I don't like that word in this sense, but something that matches that TCMU character better. And can that be achieved under CA without having to make a rezoning that is now attached to this property forever versus doing this now and allowing for more flexibility? And I haven't been satisfied as to which example we're working towards. We'll bring that up. Well, so Commissioner Anderson asked me if there was a condition to be put in place, and I guess I'm asking, are you trying to build 12 zero-lot lines across where you can have something up against the potential street there and have frontage onto the road with a sidewalk and have a development that looks like a TCMU that we're looking at? And if somebody wants to pull it up to show what I'm talking about from our comprehensive land use guide, you'll see what I mean. Or are you trying to look for a more traditional enclave of townhome developments where you're going to pull everybody off the road onto a secondary road where they're going to then park in?
Well, it's 1.12 acres, so you can't really, it can't get real far off the road because it's all, you know, it's a fairly square piece. So the front to back is a couple of 100 feet. So we're not going to be way back off the road. You can't because you just don't have that much land and it's not that deep. So to answer your question, no, I don't envision a long driveway with units on the very back. You just don't have the land to do it. Yes, sir.
So to answer Commissioner Browning's question, my worst case scenario would be something that wouldn't fit the TMCU character that we are supposed to be implementing within the comprehensive land use guide. If PR gives him the flexibility necessary based on the constraints to be able to still build something that meets the character that is presented to us here, then I'm in favor for it. I am not opposed to 12 dwelling units an acre at this location at all. I think it's fine. I'm just making sure that we're not setting ourselves up for a precedent that in the future it makes it more difficult to achieve what we're supposed to be trying to achieve based on the land use guide that's in front of us.
What makes it easier for me, I think, is just the actual size of the lot. You know, he's going to want to maximize it, and he's going to do basically the same thing either way. It's just the PR gives him the flexibility to make it a better looking development that'll promote home ownership. So I'd like to make a motion to approve the PR planned residential zone with up to 12 dwelling units per acre because the subject property does meet the intent of the zoning district and is supported by changing conditions.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Browning, second by Commissioner Anderson, to approve the PR zoning of up to 12 dwellings per acre. Any other conversation? One more.
Because this is a PR, it will come back as a development plan, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Davis.
Yes, sir. So you'll have a chance to look at it. I haven't laid it out yet, so you.
Take a look at the picture.
Yes, sir. You'll have a chance.
Try to make it easy for us to say yes.
I need you to send me those pictures. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Hey, thank you all for your time and your service.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
All right, item number 36, David and Brenda Simmons. Location, east and west sides of Roberts Road, north of Washington Pike. Approximate size of tract is 90 acres, .97. Current zoning agricultural, requested zoning planned residential. Existing land use is ag, forest, and vacant land. Density proposed is up to 2 dwellings per acre. Staff recommendation is to approve the PR planned residential zone up to 2 dwellings per acre because it is consistent with the adopted plans subject to 2 conditions. Counselor?
Ben Mullins here for the applicant.
Okay, is there any opposition? Go ahead.
I'd ask that you approve per staff's recommendation. Brenda, do you still want to speak? Just the property owner did want to make some comments, though. So if she's here, if she could make some comments as well.
Please, please, I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm Brenda Simmons. I live at 4605 Golden Pond Way, Knoxville, Tennessee. I'm here representing myself and my husband. He could not be here today. He's ill. But mainly what we're trying to do is just to preserve the value of our property at this time. And that's really all I have to say, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Simmons. Okay, commissioners.
Move to approve per staff recommendation.
All right, is there a second? Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, second by Commissioner Browning. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mullins. All right, number 40, Andes Road. Applicant is Isaac Britt. Location is north side of Andes Road, west side of Old Andes Road, east of Ivywood Lane. Zoning is planned, approximate size is 6.62 acres. Zoning plan residential up to 3 dwellings per acre. Existing land use is rural residential. Proposed use is an 18-lot detached residential subdivision. There will be two votes on this one. One will be a concept plan to approve a concept plan. Our staff recommends to approve the concept plan subject to 9 conditions. And number 2, staff recommends approval of the development plan for up to 18 detached residential lots subject to 3 conditions. Would you give us your name and address, please?
Yes, sir. Isaac Britt, 1431 Centerpoint Boulevard, Suite 110, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Okay. Is there any opposition? If you would.
I'd just like to request approval as per staff recommendation.
All right. Thank you. Commissioners? Oh, is there opposition? I thought I asked that.
You did. No one said anything.
Well, I did. I'm sorry.
Hello, I'm Lana Robinson. I reside at 9325 Ivywood Lane, the property that adjoins the property that they're working on. And I'm also the HOA president for Andy's Place. Reviewing the site plan, it looks like they're going to put the mail kiosk west of Lot 9. We have concerns about that for noise, traffic, and lighting affecting the residents in that area on Ivywood Lane. And we would propose that that be located in front of the new subdivision at the east of Lot 1. I spoke with Isaac about that, and he said he would see about it. Drainage is a definite issue on that property. He spoke with us about that, so we're taking words on that. There'll be a lot of grading that has to go on the property. Those of us that are adjoining the property are concerned about all the red clay that's going to be on our houses, on our fences, and on our concrete. So we'd like some kind of confirmation that they'll take care of cleaning that as needed, not waiting till the end of the process, because 2 years from now, red clay's not going to come off. And also, with the added homes in that area, I don't know if this is the place to address that, but there needs to be a speed bump. Probably at the beginning of the subdivision between theirs and LaGrange subdivision. People come off of Andes Road flying down to Middlebrook. We already have a terrible sight coming out of our street, Ivywood Lane, onto Andes. So if they could put a nice speed bump there to slow people down, that might help avoid some accidents. That's all.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Karen Murphy. My husband and I live at 9329 Ivywood Lane. We're the third house there on Ivywood. And my concerns have to do with what's going to happen to behind our property there. There is already quite a problem of water runoff. Some property owners have spent quite a bit of money already trying to divert the water, and there's still quite a bit. So, you know, I'm hoping and praying that the plan will be such that there will not be a lot more water runoff there, because actually the topography is pretty steep there. The difference between the foundation of our house and any structure that would be up there in that diagonal piece is probably about 15 feet. So there's a lot of runoff already, which could affect foundations as well as other things. And then my question, and really most of what I have to say are questions that haven't been totally answered. As I said, we live in the third house, which is just south of that diagonal area there. I was very curious as to what's going to happen with that area there, north of our property, who would maintain the property, how it would be used, and if the use could actually be changed at some time in the future. If you see on the plat, the proposed plat, there's a very small passageway from the cul-de-sac into that area. I don't know if that's wide enough for a vehicle, but I pray not, because that would be a lot of excessive noise and exhaust pollution and so on. Isaac told us that the plan currently is that that would not be a drivable situation, but what's going to happen in the future? That's just that little driveway or that walkway is just inches away from our fences and our backyard. And as I said, that area would be up above us, which would impede our privacy and a lot of other stuff. And I was asking, we have an HOA association on Ivywood for Andy's Place, and I was wondering if this new subdivision would also have an HOA that would have many of the same covenants and restrictions as we have with regard to large vehicles, you know, noise and nuisance and so on, even livestock. Some people are into chickens these days. Poorly constructed outdoor buildings that would not be very nice looking. And then I wondered, because of the proximity, if this subdivision could be sort of grandfathered into the existing HOA that we have on Ivywood. We already have one entrance now cut onto Ivywood by the house on the corner. So I was wondering if maybe somehow they could have, their HOA would be similar or even could be grandfathered into ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners. Anybody? I do want to ask Mr. Elliott, if you looked at this property and with the drainage, et cetera, that they're concerned about?
Yes, we've looked at it. We've obviously not seen a drainage plan yet, but to answer her question, she should not see any additional water than what she's seeing today. Okay. The stormwater ordinance would not allow that.
Very good. Thank you very much. All right, commissioners. Commissioner Midas, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I was just going to ask Mr. Britt if he could come up and we could just kind of go over some of the questions that were just questioned regarding the.
Yes, ma'am. So we had a good conversation just a little bit ago on a handful of things there. Just kind of going list down like the mail kiosk location. We're beholden to the post office about where that goes. We can put it on here, but ultimately it is up to the post office about where that goes. Happy to move that up to OS. I believe it's 3 up there at the front and see what happens with the post office. That's no problem whatsoever. Elliott touched on the drainage plan as far as that runoff goes. We've still got to go through full engineering submittals, full approvals that their department would have to review and go through all of that whole process. Make sure that the drainage leaving the site is equal post-development as it is pre-development. I believe, yeah, I mean, we've got a long way to go. The OS1, that open space in the back, D.R. Horton owns and maintains that open space during vertical construction, and then ultimately we turn it over to the homeowners in that community once we're built out. we've got a final community walkthrough with the homeowners once they've lived in the houses to turn over ownership of that HOA to them. So during construction, we will be responsible for owning and maintaining that grassy common area, eventually turned over to the HOA, and then it'll be owned by the owners in this property.
So there'll be no road or anything?
No, I think it's a
constructed around that?
20-foot right-of-way access for open space, which I believe is just county requirement for common space access.
What about the HOA? Are you going to create a separate one for?
Yes, ma'am. All of our communities have their own standalone HOA with their own set of bylaws, with an architectural review committee, usually a management company that helps us kind of keep an eye on things, reviews applications for fences, outbuildings, things of that nature.
Do the neighbors, do y'all have any other questions, or was all that addressed? It's good? Okay. Well, I guess I'll go ahead and make a recommendation if anyone else has any other comments. No? Okay. Here we go. All right. I make a motion to approve the concept plan subject to 9 conditions. Do I need to read them?
No.
Okay.
Is there a second? Okay. Motion by Commissioner Midas, second by Commissioner Biggs. Would you like to move on to the next one? We need to vote on that one. Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
I make a motion to approve the development plan for up to 18 detached residential lots, subject to 3 conditions.
Okay. Motion made by Commissioner Midas, second by Commissioner Biggs. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
And I'm sure it'll work out with this developer. Work with them. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, number 41. Subdivision Strawberry Plains Pike, 7716 Strawberry Plains Pike. Applicant developer is 7716 Strawberry Plains Pike. Location southeast side of Strawberry Plains Pike, northeast of Wooddale Church Road. Approximate acreage is 13.91. Excuse me. Zoning is planned residential up to 8 dwellings per acre. Existing land use is agricultural, forest, and vacant land. Proposed use, attached houses. Number of lots, 111. Required variances. Number 1 is to reduce the K value from 25 to 20 at station 400 plus 00.13 on Road B. 2 is to reduce the tangent distance between reverse curves and the 50-foot and 70.24 at station 3 plus 50.16 on Road A. And I didn't need to do that. Staff recommendation on the variance is to approve the variance to reduce the K value from 25 to 20 at station 4 plus 00.13 on Road B. Staff recommendation number 2 is to approve the variance to reduce the tangent length between reverse curves on Road A from 50 foot to 17.23 feet from SDA 3 plus 5 0.16 plus 3 plus 6 7.39. Number 3, alternative design is to approve the alternative design standard based on the justification provided by the applicant and recommendations of the Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works. And number 4 is the concept plan, to approve the concept plan subject to 8 conditions. Commissioners.
12 conditions.
12 conditions. Oh, there is?
Yeah, the development plan.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Oh, and one more. Number 5 is approved development plan of up to 111 attached residential lots, subject to 2 conditions. Is the applicant present?
Yes, sir. Scott Davis, P.O. Box 11315, Knoxville 37939.
All right, is there any opposition? Seeing none, go ahead, Mr. Davis.
I respectfully y'all approve as per staff recommendation.
You should just ask engineering if they have approved, or if they have reviewed opposition.
Engineering, have you approved?
Yes, our traffic engineering department reviewed the variances and alternative design standards and are in agreement with them.
Thank you very much. Commissioners? Commissioner Browning?
Now, this is the first too. No opposition to a Mr. Davis development. I mean, does anybody in the audience want to just come up and be negative for a little while?
Don't
Yes.
jinx me.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve the concept plan.
Yeah,
Oh,
start with the first
variances.
variance.
Let's see.
Variance number 1.
All right, I'll approve, or make a motion to approve the variance to reduce the K value from 25 to 20 at STA 4+00.13 on Road B.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Browning, a second by Commissioner Anderson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Variance 2.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the variance to reduce the tangent length between reverse curves on Road A from 50 feet to 17.23 feet from STA 3+50.16 to 3+67.39.
Motion made by Commissioner Browning, seconded by Commissioner Anderson. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Variance 2 passes. Alternate design.
Making a motion to approve the alternate design standard based on the justification provided by the applicant and recommendations of the Knox County Department of Engineering and Public Works.
We have a motion by Commissioner Browning, second by Commissioner Anderson. The alternative design. Any comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the concept plan subject to 12 conditions.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the concept plan subject to 12 conditions by Commissioner Browning, second by Commissioner Anderson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Finally, staff development plan.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the development plan for up to 111 attached residential lots, subject to 2 conditions. Number 1, meeting all applicable requirements of the Knox County zoning ordinance. Number 2, the maximum height of the attached dwellings shall be 35 feet.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Browning, second by Commissioner Anderson to approve the development plan. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Unbelievable. It is passed.
Thank you, sir.
That is unbelievable. Just to give you a little back. Oh, you're still up here,
Yes, sir.
aren't you?
Sorry.
Now, this one
You
will
haven't
be a
got rid of me
this
yet.
will be a little tougher. Okay, Shipe Road subdivision, applicant Masana Investment. Location southwest side of Shipe Road, south of Bud Hopkins Road. Approximate acreage is 34.505. Zoning is planned residential up to 2 dwellings per acre. Existing land use is agricultural, forest, and vacant land. Proposed use is detached residential subdivision. Number of lots is 86. Subdivision variances are none. And staff recommendation on the concept is deny the concept plan, which eliminates condition number 5 to remove the road connection to the adjacent subdivision 5-SA-25-C/5-E-25-DP. The removal of the connection is not consistent with Knox County Comprehensive Plan or the Knox County subdivision regulations. Next is staff recommends to deny the development plan, which eliminates number 5 to remove the road connection the adjacent subdivision. The removal of the connection is not consistent with the Knox County Comprehensive Plan nor the Knoxville Knox County subdivision regulations. Give your name and address again.
Yes, sir. Scott Davis, P.O. Box 11315, Knoxville 37939. And actually, I am going to make this one easy for you. The plan was already approved
Excuse
previously.
me just a minute. Chair, I'm going to sit this one out.
Pardon me?
He's
Oh, yeah.
recusing.
Okay, thank you.
This plan had been approved previously. We're looking to do away with a connector next door to an adjacent property that's under development now. A gentleman named Christian Alley is developing that. Mr. Alley told me verbally on the phone several weeks ago that he was opposed to that, but I wasn't able to get a hold of him today. I wanted to reconfirm that before I came to you all and said something that he said without reconfirming that with him. So until I get that verification from him, I'm going to request a 30-day postponement.
Okay. I'm sorry? All right. Also, before we do this, there was some opposition. Is there anybody here to oppose this? Okay. Well, wait. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Benjamin Turner, 5109 Shipe Road, just north of this map here. Are you asking if there's an opposition to the denial?
No,
I don't want them on Shipe Road. Am I in denial, or am I opposed?
Okay, so you're opposed?
Yes.
Okay. And just don't want them?
Well, the road's not wide enough.
Okay.
There's traffic study. Do you know when the traffic study was done?
The
We're
plan's
getting
already been
that for
approved.
you.
Yeah.
That, I don't want to speak out of turn. What we're doing now has already been approved. All we're doing is asking for an elimination of that road that goes over to the neighborhood next door.
Yes.
And to instead connect it to Shipe Road?
Yeah, and I could give you my phone number. We're going to ask for a postponement if you want to
Yeah,
call me.
Okay.
what we're dealing with here is a connection to another development.
Yes.
That's what we're dealing with right here.
Okay.
Not the Shipe Road part of it.
Okay.
Okay?
My apologies.
Oh, no problem, no
Yeah,
problem.
give you my number. So we'll have 30 days, you can call me.
Thank you very much. All right,
I'll give it to you.
commissioners,
Yep, sorry about that, yep.
Commissioner Gill.
I make a motion to postpone for 30 days.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to postpone for 30 days from Commissioner Gill, seconded by Commissioner Butler. Thank you very much.
Thank you all again for your time and your service. Thank you.
Oh, we need a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Thank you, Counselor. I'm getting wobbly.
That's all right.
Getting there. All right, number 47. Applicant Alex Hamilton, location northeast side of Schaefer, south side of Harrison Springs Lane. Approximate size of tract, 7.38 acres. Zoning, planned residential, up to 3 dwellings per acre. RA, low-density residential, and TO, technology overlay. Existing land use is rural residential. Proposed use, 2 dwellings, 1 single-family lot, and 1 accessory dwelling unit. Density, staff recommendation is to approve the development plan for 2 dwelling units subject to 3 conditions. Is the applicant present?
Present.
Okay. And is there any opposition? Okay. I did give staff recommendation is to approve the development planning to 2 dwelling units, subject to 3 conditions. All right, do you want to defer or go ahead?
I'll proceed. Taylor Forrester, 1111 North Shore Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, 37919. Here on behalf of the applicant and property owner for this requested development plan approval. This item came before you at your May meeting. There was comments in support and comments in opposition. It was limited discussion by the Planning Commission body, but those discussion kind of centered on potential access to Harrison Springs Drive, landscape buffer, and erosion and drainage potential. I became involved sometime early June, engaged by the property owner to assist on this. And when I initially looked at this, I was kind of confused as to why this type of request was coming before the Planning Commission for approval when you have a parcel that's over 7 acres and you're just requesting a 2-lot subdivision, a lot consisting of 4.65 acres and then another, which will have the house, existing house on it, and then another lot behind it that's 2.73 acres. Ultimately realized it's because of the planned residential zoning is the only reason it's here. If this was zoned RA or Ag, this type of request, this plan before you would just be an administrative approval through a subdivision plan. Typically when you have a development plan, as you've had several here today, on PR zone property, it is for a brand new development. That brand new development is going to have multiple lots. This property was a part of the Harrison Springs property when it was rezoned in 2004 at planned residential at 3 dwelling units per acre. It just happens that this section was never developed. It is quite different than what you typically see with your typical development plans with a developer coming before you, and you've got multiple lots, smaller lot sizes, you've got new infrastructure for subdivision right-of-ways, you have amenities that are considered in there, stormwater detention ponds. This is not that. This is larger tract size that is not really something that you think of really with a planned residential type zoning. Again, if this is Ag or RA, it's just administratively approved. The opposition, residents of Harrison Springs that share a common boundary line, their objection primarily centers on a landscape buffer between this new proposed access drive to serve the rear lot. There was some limited grading done prior to this coming before you. That limited grading, it's allowed under our codes and our regulations. And that got everybody kind of upset because my client the contractor cleared some of the vegetation that is on my client's property. Initially, they showed this new lot having a kind of connection of its boundary all the way to Harrison Springs, and there were a lot of fears and concerns related to that potential access drive connection to Harrison Springs Drive. Discussions with the surveyor, we revised the plat, removed that kind of confusing point, and this new lot will be accessed from Schaefer Drive via the existing driveway and then an access easement that will tie in to the back lot. So no access to or from Harrison Springs Drive. Commissioner Osher was at the May meeting and she spoke on behalf of these residents in opposition, and I've had discussions with Commissioner Oster about kind of what their requests are. And if you recall at that May meeting, she had submitted a request for the planting of 6-foot-tall evergreen giant trees offset every 6 feet, I believe from like lot 61 to lot 68 or 69. We went and measured that, and that's about 420 linear feet. That is a substantial distance, especially when you think about what this request is for 2 residential lots on more than 7 acres. This is a less intensive use adjacent to a more intensive use. It's not kind of the standard where you think about landscape buffers, a more intensive use, commercial, industrial, going into a less intensive use like a residential subdivision. That 420 linear feet along this boundary contacted a landscape company to kind of see a quote of what that request would amount to, and the estimate was $20,000 to $25,000. This is 2 individuals, husband and wife, that own this property. I mean, this is not a private development. And so when you think about a private development, multiple lots, a lot of infrastructure, trying to put that, on 2 individuals that are subdividing a lot for their brother, be able to build a house, that's excessive. I mean, my clients do plan to landscape this area. They also want the screening and buffering, and they want, a nice yard. They don't want just open visibility, but trying to condition that or attach a certain type of landscaping, we believe, is not appropriate. But we'd ask that you approve the development plan for the subdivision of the 2 lots. Thank you. Subject to the 3 conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Forrester. The opposition, if you'd like to come up, give your name and address, please.
I'm Robert Patton. My address is 10416 Harrison Springs Lane. I'm one of the Harrison Springs homeowners who is being negatively impacted by this proposed plan, and I serve as one of 5 board members for the Harrison Springs HOA. I would like to start by thanking the Commission on behalf of the Harrison Springs homeowners for protecting our neighborhood from the original proposed plan that would have added vehicle access to our neighborhood from this property. The Harrison Springs homeowners bordering this new development are beyond angry at the damage that has already been caused to their properties, the future potential damage, and the devaluation of their homes. Several homeowners affected by this plan, including myself, have lived in Harrison Springs for at least 20 years, and many others for more than 10 years, having raised their families in this neighborhood or retired here. Prior to the proposed development, the Harrison Springs residents have enjoyed minimal risk from flooding and erosion from that property, and we never feared for the safety and privacy of our families to enjoy their own backyards. Now, this new development significantly raises all of those risks. In fact, flooding and erosion concerns that we raised back in May have already happened twice. Our neighborhood was significantly designed such that, was originally designed such that every home had either a natural barrier or another backyard as a border along our property lines. Now that original neighborhood design has been destroyed and a 2-way road is already being built within 12 feet of the property line. Our backyards extend just 35 feet from our decks. Many of the homes bordering this property have retaining walls to allow for play sets and areas for kids to play, while other homes have significant slopes, many of which can't be mowed. The proposed road is being built, that is being built is easily within 25 feet of where many of our children play, and this is a road elevated above an adult's head. The proposed plan estimates an average of 28 vehicles per day, or approximately 1 vehicle every 30 minutes during daylight hours, driving next to where our families want to enjoy their own backyards. The proposed plan is not in harmony with the design of the surrounding residential homes. No other home along Schaefer Road or Harrison Springs has a 2-way road placed within 12 feet of their property line, or 12 feet of their backyard. This proposed plan significantly increases our property's risk of flooding, erosion, safety, and privacy for our families, and devalues our homes for future sales. Furthermore, the proposed plan is incomplete. The proposed easement stops at the new property line at the back of the existing home. How will the rest of the easement be developed? Regardless of that, accessing those new homes will mean that vehicle traffic will be driving directly towards our backyards, elevated above our backyards, in order to exit the current easement already being developed. In addition, the new home in the back lot creates new risks of flooding as the land is sloped directly downhill towards properties 64 to 62. It's our understanding that Knox County rules say that a stormwater mitigation plan is not needed because it's a single-family home. This only elevates the risk of flooding and erosion to Harrison Springs homes. Thank you for listening to our concerns. We had a 3rd resident that wanted to be here tonight. He's actually the one who experienced the flooding twice that caused damage to his backyard, at least $1,000 or more. He's currently trying to get estimates, and he has before and after photos of what happens, and is asking the HOA, how does he recover the costs for repairing his property? Thank you.
If I could, real quick, I have Gina. Gina, are you here? She left? Is she still?
Yeah, she just told me she's on there.
Okay, are you there?
Yes, go ahead, Gina, please.
I'm so sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I apologize for not being able to be there. I have repairmen at my house. But I did want to speak on this issue, and Mr. Forster's right. We have spoken, and I was pretty clear that I really was asking for one more deferral on this one, simply because the gentleman that just spoke, the homeowner at 10436 Harrison Springs Lane, experienced quite a flood in his backyard last week. And I think that's about the time that Mr. Forster had emailed me that he was retained. And I shared my concerns with him. And I've got the pictures also, so it was extensive. I had emailed Mr. Elliott to go out and look and see what's going on. He tried to, the gate was locked, and I did tell him that Mr. Forster was the attorney now. So Mr. Forster was able to get Mr. Elliott into the property, and the wall was not done correctly. And so there sat the problem with the neighbor that had all the drainage. So I really wanted to see if we couldn't get the neighbors together. There has been a lot of not great feelings about this whole situation, and I like to be able to try to get everybody to agree the best that we can, because we have to remember the Harrison Springs folks have been there for 10, 15 years. They've paid their taxes. They don't need their properties damaged or not being able to be in the back of their house because now lights are going to be coming straight at them. And that was the point of having the landscape buffer. I haven't really gotten a clear answer on what they're willing to do with the landscape buffer. I do understand the Green Giants are expensive, and also understand this is not a developer. And so I want these people at Schaefer to be happy and be able to be content on their property and their land. But we do have to think about everybody around us, and as close as they sit, this is kind of the issue that I'm having. So I do know that it takes more time to do a deferral, but I think in the end, if we could get the neighbors both together with Mr. Forster, and I'm willing to also be there, of course, to discuss this and see what we can come up with. And I would like Mr. Elliott to have another chance to go back and make sure that wall has been done correctly, so we're not having that problem again.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Austin. Yes, this gentleman right here.
Hi, everybody. Blair Halkett, 10420 Harrison Springs. I'm one of the neighbors over there. We've got young kids. That road right behind our house kind of creates a safety issue for us. Kids are in the backyard all day. I understand there's a couple trees behind us, but accidents happen. With them proposing 28 vehicles a day along that road, kind of gives me red flags as to what's going to happen. I'm just trying to be conscious of our kids and potentially what happens. I'm not trying to stop anybody from developing their property, just take neighbors into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else opposing? Okay. Commissioners? Mr. Gill.
Okay, a couple of things. I know Councilor Forster wasn't here last time. This was not minimally discussed. It was actually discussed quite a bit. And if we remember, this driveway was going to wrap around that whole lot and against the back properties of all of these different ones, and then exit onto Harrison Lane. I do want to just verify before we go any further, because I know a couple of us have already said that the estimated trips of 28 is on the main road. This is a driveway that we're discussing. Is that correct?
Mr. Elliott?
Yes, we're just talking about a driveway, not a road.
Yeah, so while I appreciate that the impacts are the same in the sense that you're going to have something against your back property, this is not a public road. This is a private driveway for a single-family home with people coming and going. And so I don't think 28 trips is a fair characterization. That said, I don't also think it's an unfair characterization to ask that a PR zone, which is explicitly allowed to go through this development process, being asked to ensure that we have some sort of buffer between it. That's the point of PR, to make sure that we have those impacts on existing neighborhoods developed. That was the route that this developer chose to go, and therefore I feel like it's not unreasonable for us to put ourselves in the position to exercise what we're here to do on these development plans, which is to ensure that they meet the needs of the neighborhood. And I agree with Commissioner Oster, as well as the opposition's ask, to ensure that there is some sort of landscape buffer between those areas that driveway, not road, but driveway border. I think that's lots 68 through 64 where that driveway is immediate there. I do see a note on the development plan, that's note 11, that says the intent is to landscape that, but I do share opposition's concern that that's not immediately clear in terms of what that actually means. Landscaping could be a 2-foot hedgerow, and I think what we're looking for here is something that does provide some sightline distances to ensure that somebody's not looking into somebody else's backyard. Is there a formal plan in place, Councilor Forster, for how you plan to forest that area?
Enforce the area, what do you mean?
To landscape that area with, I mean, you mentioned that you're doing it, but we don't have any idea of what that looks like.
Yeah, I don't think they have an exact design or what type of plants to install, but I mean, they also would appreciate the screening as well. I mean, you know, it is their property. They do want to have some separation, have some screening, but, you know, the screening isn't just on them. I mean, the other property owners could screen their property as well. I mean, you know, it kind of cuts both ways. And, you know, there is a plan to landscape. They do want to landscape. It's just this is 2 single-family lots and creating, you know, an appropriate landscaping with an appropriate budget. I mean, the 420 feet of trees, I mean, just the upfront costs to plant those and purchase those, not to mention, how do you keep them alive? I mean, you got to almost have a dedicated irrigation system at that point to keep new trees alive. I can't imagine one person with a water hose can go out there and do that. But there is, you know, they do have a desire for a nice property with appropriate landscaping.
Thank you. Mr. Elliott, what about the drainage?
Yeah, the water has always flowed down to Harrison Springs. When this owner put the driveway in, he did put in a swell along the edge of the driveway. Since there wasn't a design on it, I can't say, you know, was it done appropriately or not. But he did have a swell in. We got a heavy rain and it overwhelmed the swell, ran over the driveway and down into the back of the homes in Harrison Springs. We've talked with the owner, and he's agreed that once his grading contractor gets back out there, he will make the swell deeper and wider, and there's a pipe that bypasses the stormwater through Harrison Springs that it's the swell's directed to. So,
okay,
I think once they regrade this swell and reshape it, there won't be any more issues of stormwater running down onto Harrison Springs.
Right, and the rains that we had were unique. The last,
they were right at 4 inches and 8 hours, so
yeah,
like a 25, 30-year storm.
We're going to try and make it where it could even withstand that, Mr. Forrester.
Yeah, and the contractor's here, and he could offer some more statements on what was done and what he plans to do.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions? Yes.
So I think I'm struggling a little bit because I think if this homeowner in the front had wanted to put a barn or an outbuilding out back and had extended a driveway out to that, you know, there would be no reasonable expectation for them to pay for $25,000 worth of landscaping. And I recognize that this is a separate case and that there's a subdivision, but the practical, I guess, application of this feels similar. And so I think I'm struggling with mandating that requirement, knowing that in a different scenario, they could have constructed the same access road to the back of their property and there would be no requirement for that. So I don't know if others have thoughts on that, but that's an issue that I'm trying to wrestle with.
Okay. I agree. This seems a little crazy.
Mr. Anderson, go ahead.
Yeah, I was first. this seems a little just over the top to me. I mean, for one thing, yes, I do understand that it is zone PR, and so it is here subject to these comments, but it could be rezoned to ag or RA more than likely, and this discussion wouldn't be had, and when it gets platted through an administrative review, they are not going to impose $25,000 worth of trees. I don't know. I mean, to me that just doesn't seem like something that needs to happen. And I do agree that and also let me say this, that from the opposition standpoint, I mean, this property is zoned for 3 dwelling units per acre. It could be developed in a far more intensive way. I would think that this might be a kind of a good thing for the Harrison Springs residents that it's happening. And yes, it's unfortunate that we had the rain event. That sounds like it can be managed, and I think that it would be appropriate to approve this per staff recommendation. So I'd like to make a motion to do that.
We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, Commissioner Midas.
I just wanted to ask Mr. Forrester, are you in agreement with the staff's recommendation?
For approval and the three.
Yeah, with the conditions, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, second by Commissioner Midas. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you.
That's unfortunate to see that decisions made by other people, they're not the ones that deal with the effects of that decision. We get to deal with the consequences.
Thank you, sir.
So it's not your children that have to have a car driving above their head. Thank you for that.
Okay, number 51, Austin, that is 51, right? 51. Austin Edelin, location southeast side of Sam Walton Way, northeast of Norris Freeway. Approximate size of tract is 13.37 acres. Zoning, shopping center. Existing land use, agricultural, forest, and vacant land. Proposed use, big box retail with outdoor sales and storage. Staff recommendation is to approve the development plans for a big box retail store with outdoor sales and storage subject to 9 conditions. Is the applicant present? Oh, he's on Zoom. Okay. Is there any opposition? Okay. If we could, Mr. Edelin, are you there?
Yes, hello, this is Austin Edelin here. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we do. Thank you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for your time and thanks for your consideration on this project. The planning department's been great to work with so far, and all the 8 of the 9 conditions we're in agreement with that have been proposed. And the only item that we've been on here to discuss is the monument sign at the front of the site. I believe one of the conditions has it listed as a 6-foot maximum height monument sign, and we're requesting it to be a 12-foot tall monument sign. That's the Home Depot standard signage and is what is allowed by code. I believe it's 450 square feet on the sign, and so that's a 12-foot tall sign. It has a 4-foot base with an 8x8 square sign on it. If you all have any questions about, I think the reasoning for the 6-foot sign is that it's, matching the rest of the development. I think we've seen somewhere in there that it's the aggregate of the signs in the shopping center shall not exceed 1 square foot per 10 square foot of usable floor area. The Home Depot has 93,000 square foot of usable floor area, which would result in a 93 square foot maximum size sign. And our 8-foot by 8-foot sign would also fall under that requirement as well. If there's any questions, or if the department wants to, relay any of their concerns that we can address for the 12-foot maximum height sign, I'd be happy to discuss more.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioners? Samuel, what about it? What do you think?
So the AC zone allows, it has a maximum, but it still requires an approval of a master sign plan by the planning commission. And staff thinks that the 6 feet height is consistent with previous approval. It would be of pedestrian scale. It would match with the Walmart sign across the street. And it is not along Norris Freeway, so it doesn't necessarily be seen from the highway. People who enter Home Depot will already know they're going to the Home Depot. So I think the 6 feet height is appropriate here.
Thank you. Commissioners?
If there's no discussion, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the development plan for a big box retail store with outdoor sales and storage subject to 9 conditions.
Second.
Right. We have a motion made by Commissioner Midas, seconded by Commissioner Anderson to approve the development plan for big box retail store with outdoor sales conditions. All in favor?
Am I allowed to discuss more, or is that the end of my portion?
I think we're done. I think we are in the process of voting. Hang on for 1 second.
Okay. Apologies. Thank you.
Okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. Have a good day.
Let's take one quick break before we hit the Vulcan one, okay? 10 minutes. We'll be right back. Okay, we're going to go back to it. Number 53, applicant Thomas M. Hale, location east side of Graybill Road, south of Buttermilk Road. Approximate size of tract, 60 acres, zoning agricultural, existing land use, agricultural, forestry, and vacant land, proposed use, mining, and mineral extraction, quarry expansion. Staff recommendation is to approve the request to expand existing quarry, mining, and mineral extraction operation as shown in the plan of operations, subject to 8 conditions. Is the applicant present?
Yes, sir. Tom Hale at 2500, Suite 2500, 800 South Gay Street. I am technically the applicant, and I'm here on behalf of Vulcan Lands that actually owns the property, and they're here with me. We have, we're going to defer until after we hear the opposition, but would like to point out we filed a letter yesterday afternoon late after we met with the homeowners group on, I guess it was the 6th. We filed yesterday, we filed some additional, I call them self-imposed conditions on our obligations as the applicant that are outlined in the letter. We figure some of you haven't had a chance to look at it because it just got filed late yesterday. But also attached are some exhibits that depict some of the concessions that we have made in that letter. And so we wanted to hand that out so people would have that when we make our presentation. But for now, we'll just listen to the opposition if that's okay, and then we'll be back up.
If you have a handout, do you have the handout?
We've already got them.
Okay, good.
To
Very good.
circulate there. Thank you.
Okay. Opposition. Okay. first is Thomas Kirkpatrick.
I think Mr. Kirkpatrick would allow me to go first.
Well, if he wants you to go first, you may.
My name
What's
is
your
Chris Irwin. My address is 2131 Riverside Drive. I am with Knoxville Environmental Law Partners. I've been retained by CARE, the community group, to address you all and help them through the administrative process here today. We understand it's the end of the day and you're probably tired, so we've done our best to sort of streamline this. I'm going to talk for a couple of minutes, and then Mr. You'll take over next, Kirkpatrick will take over next, and we're going to be as efficient as we can for your time, which we respect. First of all, I have a procedural question. The well, let's go back to what was just said. You all have before you a letter that we got yesterday talking about $3 to $5 million worth of changes to the project. $3 to $5 million that this community hasn't had even a chance to really review. And that's going to be the crux of what I'm asking in the next 3 minutes, is that we're not asking for you to kill this. We're just asking for some postponement, some more time for this community. There's a dialogue that's happened, but they've just had $3 to $5 million worth of changes put on them that they haven't had a chance to look at, let alone comment upon and continue the dialogue to work and mitigate this project. So that'll be my ask. But that brings me to the Planning Commission's Administrative Rules and Procedures. Article 1, Section 1, re-advertisement, provides that applications will be re-advertised following a substantial revision to the request. Well, there's been revisions to the request, but I would suggest that $3 to $5 million worth of revision is fairly substantial. And on June 30th, the applicant submitted numerous substantive revisions to the application. And then yesterday we got more. I'd ask if the planning has determined these revisions to the applicant itself values at an additional $3 to $5 million do not constitute a substantial revision to the request under the administrative rules. As such, should be republished, which I think part of the reason that rule is there for is so that if new things come in, new information like you all have before you right now, and I see some of you reading it, which is good, we'd like to as well, would fall under that. My purpose is not to address the technical merits. Dr. Kirkpatrick's going to do that. I want to address the fairness of the process, and the timeline is important. On May 26th, the applicant certified that they had not yet engaged the surrounding property owners regarding this request, only intending that they plan to do so. On June 30th, the applicant submitted a substantially revised application involving a revised plan of operations, revised site plans, revised Graybill Road proposals, new transportation analysis, and significant mitigation measures. Yesterday, the planning staff issued a revised review report. I guess it's a corrected. And then, of course, we have this 4-page letter that we got yesterday afternoon adding additional commitments regarding blasting, monitoring, setbacks, structural surveys, and neighborhood protections to the tune of $3 to $5 million worth, about a little more than 24 hours ago. These documents all became part of the record within the last 9 days, 2 of them in about 24 hours. These documents, it's not simply additional evidence, it's a materially revised proposal. The proposal that you have before you today is materially different from the proposal that these community members originally got. And the applicant has had months to prepare these revisions. The community has only had days, and in some cases less than 20, let's call it 26 hours to review this. Meaningful public participation requires a reasonable opportunity to review and respond to the proposal that's actually before the commission. And I would suggest to the commission that perhaps you all would like a chance to look at $3 to $5 million worth of revisions before you made your decision. I would also ask the commission to consider your own staff report. They identify compatibility concerns, acknowledges possible inconsistency with the Comprehensive Plan Implementation Policy 2, and recommends 8 separate conditions before the project can proceed. This is not a description of a routine application. So for this reason, CARE, which is the group that we're here to talk, that I'm representing today, would ask for a postponement, simply so that it can review and give you all an opportunity to review the substantially revised application. And to go over the deadline one more time, March 26th, no public outreach. June 30th, major revisions. July 8th morning, revised staff report. July 8th afternoon, more applicant commitments. And we're here today. And finally, I would conclude with, there's clearly a dialogue that's beginning between the community and Vulcan. From what I've heard today this afternoon, that's exactly what you like to hear from developers and members of the community. This dialogue has started, but they haven't had a chance to not only review, but respond and try to identify further measures of mitigation. So without anything further, I'm going to turn this over to somebody far more informed of the technical aspects to me than I am. This is Dr. Kirkpatrick. Thank you.
I see we only have 29 seconds. Is that?
We will.
Chair, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Is it inappropriate? I mean, I personally heard enough. I'm convinced there needs to be a postponement. Do we need to wait to hear from both sides on that? But they've requested a postponement. I would make a motion to postpone.
Second.
Second. Yes, we have.
Yeah, they can do that. I might recommend letting the other side speak to it.
Wait, 1 second. We will let you speak to it, but we have a motion and a second to postpone. But we feel that we do want to, you've sat this long, we'd like to hear what you have to say.
Thank you, sir.
And then you may come back.
And
Hold on. You have a motion and a second, so right now you're going to discuss the postponement specifically.
Yes.
Yeah, not the subject matter.
Yes, we're talking about the postponement now, not
Yes.
the subject matter.
Yes, the postponement.
Okay.
Well, my name is Dr. Thomas Keith Kirkpatrick. I have lived at 12605 Buttermilk Road. I purchased the property in 2003, and I participated in dialogue with Vulcan back in 2009 with the expansion of that time, which included this part. And back at that time, we reached an agreement, compromise. I thank Tom Hale and the Vulcan team for being engaged with us as the community. And now we are here in front of you again today, 19 years later. And since that time, a lot of things have changed. And what I'm coming before you is not to sit here and trash Vulcan. Vulcan's a good company. Aggregate is important. In my career, I work for an infrastructure company. We're an engineering firm. I support international infrastructure. I'm just doing a railroad project in Kyrgyzstan. What I'm trying to get in front of you is to point out community engagement is important on a major infrastructure project, and that's what this is. It's going to affect the community for 20 to 30 to 50 years. We need time to work together. You don't want to rush past this. You want to educate the public, engage the public, show that we've addressed the risk of quarry, showing that Vulcan is a good company, that they're working with us. And I thank Vulcan for giving us that opportunity yesterday to meet with them and a member of our community. And we've got some members of our community right here, which could come today, but we also represent over 1,000 people that signed our petition. So there's a lot more people than just right here and myself that are concerned with this that would love to have your help to engage the public. And I really want to appreciate you all for your service. But that's what we're asking, is a continuance to be able to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hale, are you okay with a 30-day postponement?
Not really. And the reason, and I'll explain the reasons why.
Okay.
I think you don't fully understand the situation. We filed a substantial use on review application on May the 26th. And we immediately sent 160 some odd letters out to neighboring property owners around the quarry, explaining to them that we had filed for an extension of our quarry space. On June the 11th, we hosted at a church out in Hardin Valley we advertised and hosted an open house where we had 15 members of the Vulcan staff, 15 plus, set up explaining our operation, explaining what we were doing, explaining blasting, explaining all the things related to operation of a quarry to and anybody in the community that wanted to come. So I don't want to hear anything about no community outreach. That was on June the 11th. We hosted that and invited all these people to come. We learned about that time that people were concerned, as you probably know if you read the material, there's a road closure possible as a result of what we're trying to do. Well, we learned, we had been told that the county wasn't interested in keeping the road. So Graybill Road doesn't have much traffic on it. But after talking further, they made it clear that they didn't want to lose a road. So we went back and put together an amendment to our use on review application in which we offered to pay for the construction of a new improved Graybill Road to be located in an area which we would work with the Knox County Engineering Department to put together and to propose it. So we amended, we amended our application for use on review after learning that the county was interested in having a new road and rather than just abandoning Graybill. On June the 30th, we revised the plan of operations and submitted that. That would have been 2 or 3 days before the staff report came out on July the 2nd. So the planning staff had our revised application at the time they issued the report. The road is really not in your all's purview on this use on review. It really is going to have to go to the county at some point to abandon Graybill Road and to help us figure out where to put the relocated road. The point I'm trying to make, though, is the $3 to $5 million investment is the construction of the road and the stuff that we submitted back at the end of June. So everybody's known about the road and the fact that we had offered to pay for, design, and construct this new road. When we submitted our application amendment, we put in it a couple of different areas where Graybill Road might go. And lo and behold, they get located in an area that expands the distance between the residential property and our operation by an additional 60 feet. So at this point, and I don't know how much you've had a chance to look at it, but at this point, the county, requires a 200-foot separation between a quarry and residential property. We proposed a 100-foot undisturbed area in a 200-foot berm, so that's 300 feet. And then when we proposed the road, we added another 60 feet because the road was going to go in between the berm and the 100-foot area. This was all laid out and was all filed in the time frame I'm telling you. We then got a call sometime between July 2nd and July 6th. We had a meeting with CARE, the group here, at our place. We took them down in the pit. They dressed them up with hard hats and jackets and glasses, and they all got in the van and went down in the pit and got to see the whole operation. We drove them around, and we had a meeting, and we listened to their concerns. They gave us their concerns. So what'd we do? We went back, and this letter that got filed yesterday, the reason it shouldn't be the basis for any kind of an extension is because all it does is add to our obligation and provide additional benefits for the people in the neighborhood. It's not taking away anything from them. It's us giving up things. It actually expands the distance between the blasting in the neighborhoods beyond what we had already proposed. So I know I've gone over my time, and I need to probably quit unless somebody minds if I talk a little bit more.
Well, this is a rather important topic, so I'll let you go a little bit longer.
Okay.
But
Well, my point is, this is step one in a long process that we're going to have to go through. We've got to not only get through this, but we don't get to expand unless county commission approves. And if you don't approve, both bodies have to approve before we can get our use on review under this particular provision of the zoning ordinance. So this is step one. The county's step two. We're going to have to work on where we're going to put this road, and we're going to have to come back to you all at some point with the concept plan on the road. We won't even build the berms for another year, start construction. They won't be built for 2 more years. We've got a lot of engineering to do. We got a lot of things to do, and we've been working on this for a while, and we'd like to get moving. And for us to keep giving and giving and giving, and then have it used against us to get a postponement just to slow us down, I mean, what we're suggesting, what we want, is an approval of the plan with the conditions recommended by the staff and conditioned on the things that we put in the letter that we just handed out to you.
Okay.
All of which benefits these folks. And then if they want to argue that we're bad people and not doing the right thing, we can do that at county commission.
Okay.
But it doesn't make any sense to slow us down when all we're doing is trying to give them some more stuff.
all right, thank you, Mr. Hale. Yes, young lady. Your name and address, please. Yeah. And by the way, we are now discussing the motion on the floor, which is the postponement.
Yes, sir.
But, sir,
Let me address the postponement.
but they went into technical matter.
Yeah, well,
Do you want to go into technical?
okay, go ahead.
I'm Anessa Hand. I reside at 1760 Hickory Meadows Drive. And this does matter because my son is autistic, and every time they blast, it sends him into fight or flight, and he runs up to the road, and it's dangerous. And I just wanted you to know that as a parent. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to address the postponement briefly. I promise very briefly, if I may.
I'll give you a couple minutes to close for us, would you please?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll get right to it. I think the words bad people never came out of any of our mouths. We're simply, I think it was really telling when you said, I don't know how much chance you all have had to look at it. I think that's our answer right there. You all haven't had a chance to even look at this. This is serious business. It's going to impact these people's lives for a decade. And I looked at it, and it's not simply about the road. When I'm reading it, and we're still getting caught up on this, and you all may, it's an additional berm along the road, quarry extension and drilling, and I'm reading from their letter, blast setback of 125% beyond the county, expanded vibration monitoring, which sounds good, blasting data, neighborhood pre-blast notifications, pre-blast structural surveys. This may be great, but I think it would be prudent for the community and definitely you all to have more than 5 minutes with something as substantial as a $3 to $5 million modification, which I think the project is over 20% of the estimated cost. I could be corrected on that. So we're not asking for the sun and the moon. We're asking for more time for you to review this new data, for the community to review it and continue the dialogue. And he just said himself that construction's like 2 years away. This isn't burning a hole in anybody's pocket. Let's take the time, give you all the time to review this, to see what we're talking about, have the staff review this, because this is a lot of new data, and then come back in 30 days and do it right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Commissioner Hill?
Yeah, I want to clarify with Mr. Hale, this is not about lack of community engagement. It's really about the timing of, and these may be additional concessions, but there could be, who knows, they could be unintended consequences with the concession. We don't know, we just got them, and I think it's fair for the community to review them, and 30 days isn't going to kill anybody. I'm one of listen, I'm one of the last ones to ask for postponement up here. I like to get the business done and move on, but I think this certainly warrants a postponement when you have that much information dumped on, whether it's a concession or not, just for the community and us to understand.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Anderson?
I agree with Commissioner Hill, but it is frustrating because I feel like staff had a recommendation to approve this subject to certain conditions. And now I guess the issue I have is I don't know whether if we just lumped these additional items that were agreed to in, that it wouldn't change that recommendation in any way. And as Commissioner Hill said, unforeseen consequences. So I guess where I'm coming from is I feel like if this new stuff's going to be included, we need to postpone. If it's not going to be included, then I don't think we have to postpone, because staff's recommendation and their conditions kind of does address that there'd be some concept plan required for Graybill Road to be relocated and whatnot. So I guess this is a question. Are these new conditions, do we have to include these? I'll open that up.
Without debating the question that's not on the floor, I would say that staff might have recommended approval. That this body would also agree with that is not for certain. With these additional things that I'm looking at for the first time, because I tried to look for this letter, it is not posted publicly. I can't find it on our site. I would have reviewed this before we showed up. This is the first time I've seen that, like right now. Some of these additional things that Vulcan has put before us, it is possible for my mind to be changed because some of the things I have quickly looked at here were things that I were going to try to floor condition while we were here, which everybody loves when I do. So it's perhaps beneficial for us to fully understand these additional concessions such that when we do come back, perhaps some minds would be changed and this could be a different conversation that would have otherwise happened should a postponement not occur.
All right. Commissioners, we have a motion to postpone and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? We're postponed. Thank you very much. And I think we're adjourned.
I think that was it.
And we're adjourned.